Hello, it's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 12:01. It's a good time to start. It's 12:01 on a Thursday. It's 8/07, 2025. That's August 7th, 2025. That's a Thursday. It's 75 degrees in my house. It's 12:02. As you can see from the clock, it's 12:02, 75 degrees, 8:01. Thursday. My cat was in here, but she left, so no cat today. But I'm sure she'll be in here, at some point. And we are playing some GTA, some Eve, and some FFXI in Eve Online from a cursory glance on the YouTube main page. Got it all set up here. I'm going to drop it out the big face because I do not believe I have much to talk about. We will be playing some Starfield today, of which I make sure I don't get disconnected from. We'll be playing some Starfield, some Eve, some FFXI, and some GTA 5. So we'll start off with the GTA 5 mission, but first, we have stuff from yesterday that I haven't done, like the PDF. Honest thoughts on Titan Quest 2. Looking at the main page, shit is tight, it's good. The Chicago police are hiding something. Candace Owens defames the Macrins, I forget how you say their name. Shattered Space, Starfield Chillstream. It looks like Starfield's getting a little bit more socially acceptable. Censorship is out of control. The online safety bill is going to kill people. It's happening right now. The massive fraud that's tearing America apart, from Hank Green. He has 618,000 hits. I've never heard of him before. I don't like the girl repellents in the background. But I mean, we'll give him his swing, whatever. Fuck, I don't really care. Let's reload the main page and see if it gives me something else. No, and we'll reorder this a little bit. So I'm gonna drop it out the big face now, guys, and we're gonna go live here. Sorry, it took 10 minutes of getting up and slow. I threw my back out doing something yesterday. I did so much shit yesterday. I have no idea when I threw my back out, but when I stood up from dinner last night, I was like, oh yeah, it's gone. She's gone, or he's gone. Excuse me, he's gone. My back's gone. It'll be back in a couple of days. Gone for vacation. My back is out. It's out of business. So. I'm not going to do a whole lot today. It hurts to even fucking speak. It fucking sucks so bad. Anyways, so now that I whined on camera, hi. I hope you guys like the Starfield session. We got lots of videos lined up, but I'm not going to play them right away. Okay, let us play some video games. Gotta make sure Starfield does not disconnect, and we are buying Blend. I'm gonna put some music on here. Oh, excuse me. And then, so we'll do some nice non-DMCA Starfield music. And, but I want you to buy some Blend. I need Blend. Give me some Blend.
Just another lousy day in the
I'd like to buy some liquor, please.
Try some Blend. You'll love it.
I love Blend. Sell me Blend. Methamphetamine and liquor. It's the most brilliant thing. Blend, or whatever it is. No, what is this? It's not Blend. It's opioids and liquor. It's Blend is.
Yeah. No,
I don't know what it would be in the Fallout universe or even the Starfield universe. Blend is alcohol. It's probably vodka or something.
Got a problem?
Very high distilled vodka mixed with opioids, I guess. Fentanyl? Yeah, because it slows down time when you drink it.
Hey there.
Because it's 2 downers. So yeah, and I love Blend because it turns me into Max Payne. So, there, yes, and then sit down for 48 hours. Until the next Blend shipment comes in. You can take the Barney guarding job, like everybody's contemplated in their dark times. But we wait for the Blend shipment. I'm not proud, but yeah, we're gonna wait outside the goddamn liquor store for 48 hours until the next Blend shipment comes in. I'm not proud. That's how much I want Blend. Give me Blend. Blend. Sure could go for some Blend right now. Okay, we're doing Northern Needles Ammunition. to make 50 grand. I don't know how much money I have. Sitting at like 5 mil or something like that. Okay, on to the MU Nation. Oh good, sit again for 24 more hours. The shipment will surely be in by then. I come stumbling in. Give me some Sudafed and blend, damn it. Give me some Sudafed and blend now. Is the shipment in yet? Give me more. Okay, after we do the ammunition, we're going to go to the the Lost. Put on an armor. Put on an armor mid-flight. Go, 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 go. Heal, heal, heal. Armor, armor. Lots of it. Okay, so. Gotta get to the ammunition, then I'll do the stash, then I'll do the casino, and then I'll go to Once Human on my off GeForce Now GFN slot. For main today, I'll probably play Starfield most all day, maybe. I don't really know. I've been thinking about going up under the Twitch Starfield as opposed to just chatting, but I play 4 games at once. So it isn't truly true that I'm playing Starfield, is it? I mean, I don't know. It's sort of deceptive in that respect. It's also deceptive that, you know, that I'm not playing Starfield. So it's sort of deceptive in 2 different ways. It's sort of implying that I play Starfield all the time, which I don't. And it implies that... And just chatting implies that I don't play Starfield too much, which I do. So... Twitch needs to get better about titles, it's clear. I thought Dan, whatever his fucking name was supposed to fix all that. And he did do a lot of... I mean, I like Twitch currently. I think Twitch is fine. I didn't stop streaming to it when when I don't know, 9 million people left. And I still make good money off Twitch. So, I mean, not good money, but to me it's good money, you know. Doing what you love. Any money that you make doing what you love is good fucking money. It's like good money. I don't care how you get it. Ah! No. No! I shall sticky bomb these Lost. Here's a sticky bomb or 2. Have fun with this. Let's see how that goes for you. 3, 2, oh! Oh! I hit the wrong button and ditched, though. No! Get out of machine gun. Get on an armor. Okay. Fuck you. Which one's which? Yep. Die, bitch. Die, 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 die. I got the driver. Got the passenger. Go. Go, 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 go. Ah! They're back. They're back. Shoot them. Got the driver. Got the passenger. Shoot them. Driver, passenger, run! That's 6 people. They're after me. They're after me. Go, go. They don't like this. Go, 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 go. Go, go. Almost there. Sometimes these missions are fun. Sometimes they're 10 minutes long and a chore. It just is what it is. You know, you just sort of roll with the punches. Every day it's different. They got like 19 of them or some shit, so maybe I'm on number 13. I don't know what fuck number it is in the whole series of things. There's like 19 of these, and I'm on number 13, and 13 is a bitch. And it sucks when you catch number 13 or whatever the fuck number this one is. Because it took fucking long time. Come on, man. The harassment's over because I sticky bombed them twice and shot 8 of their dudes as they rolled up. Or I guess it would be 4. Ah. They didn't like that. I learned to just get the driver, get the passenger before they get out of the car and shoot you instantly, kill you instantly. before they get out of the car. Because you can do one of two things. You can get out of the car, which requires you to like pull a handle and like grip a steering wheel and then swing out, or you could shoot. So they choose to get out of the car first. I use that 1 second time to shoot them before they're actually shooting you. That's how real battle is. Use 1 second if you can. Because, you know, the inevitable death is coming if you don't stop it first. It just happens. That's how gun battle is. So, now, okay, we did, oh, I gotta buy armor to replace what I used. Hey, don't disconnect me. We can stand here for a little while. Hi. I need more blend. Got more blend? I know you got more blend. You got more blend in here? Fuck these customers. I'm your main customer. You got more blend?
You could use it. Well, what a coincidence.
Yeah, what a coincidence. I'm back for more blend. Yeah, that never happens. Come on now. Oh, blend. Yes. Alright, that's probably enough blend for the day. Probably enough blend for the day. It was only $4,000. You know, whatever. Let's go. So, now, you want me to go to Hostile Intelligence, which is Londinian. Alright, let's go buy some armor. Thank you. What's this? Oh, shit. I'm inside the forward base. So, is there aggro? No. Okay. I want some amp on my Q key. Amp? Yeah, I got 4 amps. Amp. Gotta love amp. Edamine. Love amp. Amp. Gotta love amp. Let's see. Yeah, are you real?
I pride myself on knowing everyone on this world, and I don't know you. You're with the collection team then, I presume. Either that, or you're one deeply unlucky trespasser.
Yeah, I'm blah blah.
Brief said you were an eclectic group. You must have really shined out on the fringe to get assigned a task like this. Ah, then this must be the rest of your outfit. Commander Hatoum.
Call me a cab, go to the stash. I don't have enough cash. Go in the bank app.
So I'll get to it.
Pull out money.
Now, Londinian is one of the most dangerous places in the Milky Way.
Really?
It's for good reason my soldiers and I do everything we can to avoid entering the
But it's not the most dangerous place.
Are omnipresent, and the structural damage left behind when
Terramorphs are omnipresent.
Father bombed its spaceport has turned large swathes of the metropolis into a decaying labyrinth.
Decaying labyrinth?
We'll be providing you all with gear, information, and uploading municipal unlock codes to your robot.
My robot? Don't touch my robot. That's my robot.
Except one.
Don't touch my robot.
Outside of those barriers, you will be on your own. If you get into trouble, my people will not be coming. Do we understand each other?
Yeah, if you get in trouble, my people aren't coming for you either. Understood? Do you see how pointless it is to say it? But I could say it too. If you get in trouble, my people aren't coming for you either. So, meh.
Precisely. I'll leave you to your preparations then. You can find your equipment in our armory.
You have an armory?
The tower just outside.
Tower?
I believe there's someone waiting for you there, Captain. Now,
is it a naked
you're
woman?
outside the base, it's my personal suggestion.
If it's not, I don't care.
To the nearby Sealy's plant. It contains one of our field caches. Though I can't guarantee it won't contain anything else.
Is it drugs?
I hope you all find what you're looking for out there.
I'll make an exception for drugs.
Robot, you're coming with me.
Robot?
Thank you, Commander.
Are you taking my sex, robot? Don't take my sex,
to
robot. He's so sexy.
Should only take a few
Sexy,
minutes.
sexy
Let's
Julian.
get this done and get the hell out of here.
Blah, 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 blah. I lost it. Yep. Oh, my patience is gone. Blah, 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 blah. What do you want?
All set on your gear?
No. Wait. Out. Go. What? No. Man. The music's kind of like Final Fantasy VII. When you're like doing Shimra missions. It's very reminiscent of that. kind of like a Ludlam movie, or like, you know, Clear and Present Danger, or A Hunt for Red October. It's reminiscent of Hunt for the Red October. Oh, look, you brought me guns. It's not stealing to take it all. Oh, look, it's not stealing to take it all. Yoink, 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 yoink. Okay, it's all here. I got all of it. Yep. In my pockets now. In my pockets. In my pockets, little man. 15 bucks, little man. Put that shit in my hand. If you don't, you'll yo. Jungle love. Yo. That jungle love. Yo. What else do you have?
Don't trust what the voices tell you.
I don't listen to their voices ever. They're always telling me to smoke things and run away. I don't listen. Wait, is there stuff in it, though? I don't... Oh, there is guns. Yeah, there is guns. Okay. Why would you give me all the other stuff in the armory, but then lock the guns? I mean, what's the point of that? You just like, want me to pick your locks? I mean, I don't know. Okay, I'll pick your locks. I mean... What goes here? Okay. Sure. No, wait, that wasn't right. Yeah. Yeah. Then... Nice. Smooth. Crippling Assassins, Advanced Razor, something or another. Razorback, huh? Razorbacks. 2 epic pistols and... Oh, no. 1 white and 2 epic pistols. Let's see what the stats are. Modified Refined Mag Pulse, Modified Calibrated Mag Storm, Advanced Razorback has 255. Let's test the action on it. Might have to go back to the ship. I don't think it's superior to my... Yeah, the rate of fire on my current gun has always... It always trumps like the last goddamn 250 revolvers we picked up or something like that. And like, people have nice revolvers, you know? They're like, we've seen some nice revolvers. Like, people have nice revolvers, you know? They spend some money on them. But like, you know, 250 revolvers or something, and this thing in my hand still hasn't been trumped yet or whatever by something else. It's so dumb. Like, it needs to be. Like, you need to give me something better than what I'm currently holding, or it just makes it sort of dumb. Advanced Mercenary Skip Pack, Advanced Deep Seeker Pack. Okay, back to this before you DC me. I need to go to... Oh, I called for a cab. Is he still here? No. Oh, right, because I'm poor. Alright, I have money this time. Will you come out again? They're like, you have money this time? Yeah, I swear to God, man. On my father's grave, I got money this time. Please pick me up, please. I don't live in this town. Please pick me up. I don't have a car here. Please. I didn't mean not to have money last time. I don't live in this town. Please come. Okay. Gotta mark the casino. Map. Oh, yeah? You went back in, huh? You're in and out. You're in and out. Oh, thank you. Come on. Hey. Yeah. Oh, hey, you want some lap? Yeah, you can have some lap. You can get it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hi. Oh, you're... Ooh, warm kitty. Yeah, it's toasty in that hot sun, huh? Yeah. Oh, don't bump the camera. Don't bump that camera. Ah! Off the table. 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 Good kitty. No table for kitty. Wanna go say hi? Yeah, go say hi. Okay, ammunition. No, I'm going to the casino. Damn, it's weird when you look me right in the eyes 5 inches away. Now, why is my... keyboard going nuts. Oops. Why is that happening? What the hell? Is it my keyboard? No, it's not my keyboard. It's the keyboard in the bedroom, maybe? Ah, I bumped my camera. Oh, you want the food now, huh? Bet you do. My shit. Glitch my shit. You better not have. No, I don't want to reset the keyboard. I don't want to reset the keyboard on the stream over a keyboard. Hey. I don't want. Did you mess me up? No, you didn't mess me up. No. I don't know. Open M. Wait, why are you doing that? You are stuck or something. Oh, it was my left key was stuck. There we go. Going to the casino. No, we're going to... Well, yeah, I gotta go to the casino first. We'll go get the 20K and spin the wheel, and then we'll go out again. Take the ride. Take a ride. Competition, take a ride. Nope. No, that's not where I wanted. Nope. Waypoint. Hurry. Drive me, taxi driver. God, I love taxi drivers. I was a taxi driver for 17 years. I love taxi drivers. Do my work for me, driver. Can I steal this? Ooh, tranquility. Tranquility sleepy pack. That's an... Hi. Hey, love. You want to say hi for the camera, huh? You want to be a superstar? Let's rub the pussy. Oh, yeah. How you doing? Tell me did you leave a dead mouse outside my door today? Are you a good farm cat? Yeah? Did you get some kills? I know I'm gonna get some kills by the end of the day. Uh-huh. Okay.
Hi.
Ooh, helmet. Love attack kitty. Oh, yep, the camera. Sorry, guys. There we go. Okay, so we are back in the starfield now. So, you want to talk to me.
Okay.
I have taken everything that you offered me. I'm gonna save now.
Yes, what? You match our description. The Vanguard captain? The cabinet wanted you to have something. Make sure you had the best tools for the task at hand.
X989 microgun. Okay, let's go see. Yes, it is the best weapon I have ever received. It has a value of 74 grand. $74,000 minigun. Not bad, not bad. So, okay, we have a brand new X989 microgun. Let's go test the action on that too. I suppose this calls for some shooting gallery RP. This replaces my other microgun. Yeah, my other microgun. Now I have an anti-personnel advanced microgun. Microguns for everybody. Smart gun in the last one. Yup, that's the top weapons that I've got. Mag shear into microguns. We'll have to go test the action in the ship for a moment. And come back to this guy. Oh, this guy's like... Okay, so all of these guys are giving us stuff, so... Let's see... Oh, my watch. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I forgot my watch. I was looking at my fitness stats, and I walked 20 miles this week, which is fucking awesome. So, makes it feel better when my back's out, you know? It's like, it's probably why my back's out, honestly.
You ready to do this?
No. I would like to go to my ship and test the action and put down a... Shit, did I leave the aluminum? I left the aluminum in the lodge, and I might have to go get it, but take me back to my ship. No, I'll have to go back to... No, I don't have to go to my ship. I should just go to Jemison. We'll come back to the forward op base in a moment. Take me across the universe to Jemison. Alpha Centauri. Alpha Centauri to the Jemison Mercantile. Jemison Mercantile Commercial District land. I am not far from the casino. Nope, no, wait, no, just let me out. Just let me out. We're here. Yeah, let me out of this. Thank you. Wait, we're here, right? Yeah, we're here. Don't run me over. Fuck this guy. Shoot him with a shotgun. Oh, I got him. Thanks for the bike. Yoinks. Vroom. Look, there's a whole gang of bikers. They're mad at me. Go. Shoot this guy too. Blow! Shotgun on the fucking highway. Our worst nightmare. Blah, blah, blah. Shoot all these muggles. They're running. Run. They're running. Run. Go. They're running. Rocket launcher. Whipper. Burn, muggles. Free money. Oh, kitty. That's a cool brat. Hello, give me 20 grand in chips. 20 grand in chips. Visitor bonus. Let's go roll the wheel. Come on, big money. Big money. Come on, big money. Roll that wheel. Come on. Daddy could use a $2 million sports car. Let's go. Roll that wheel. Come on. Big money. Vehicle? No. Clothing. Oh, well, they gave me like a $3,000 suit, I guess. Oh, no, they gave me a stealth utility vest, which is cool. Why not? Take me to the horse track. Let's go. ASAP. Alright, so simulated horse track, off track betting. Yes, sit down. Sit down, damn it. Oh, can't wait till GTA 6. I can't wait. It's gonna be the greatest game ever released. Can't wait. The casino's gonna have better graphics and better stuff, and like they'll have made so much money off the casino over the last like 15 years on GTA 5. Oh, kitty. My cat is distracted and it's very cute. We'll take a Hell for Weather bet over Sweet Relief because I think Hell for Weather is probably better. I am going to the UC distribution on the local map. UC distribution, go. UC distribution.
I'm pleased to report that our stocks are currently being maintained at 90% or higher. Welcome to UC distribution.
I
Yes,
need all of
course.
your
Please,
aluminum. I think
take a
I
look.
might buy you out. I mean, it's expensive. I'll take everything in the store. I want it. I got it. I want it. I got it. Retail therapy is my new addiction. Buy. Digital retail therapy is my new. Ah, Jesus Christ, kitty. You're okay. You're okay. No one's threatening you. Everybody loves you. It's all chill. Everything's good. I love how you ran into my arms, though. It was very female and kind of funny. It's okay, kitty. I will always protect you. You're a skittish farm kitty, you know? You're like half feral. You should relax. I love you. Well, you did the right thing. Good kitty. I'll always be the one to come up and protect you. Good kitty. Got startled, didn't you? Yeah, you did. Oh. Hello, I'll buy everything you have. Take it all. Take it all. I will go to Jemison Mercantile.
Back to it then.
That was a good deal, thank you. And then we go to the Jemison Mercantile. Oh, I need to go outside to the news place and tell them all the stuff that we've done. Which is such a funny sentence. Hold on, I gotta go over to the news, the news distribution company and tell them all the crazy people that I killed or whatever. Which is a weird thing to say. Yeah, I gotta go over to the Settle Systems News Network to tell them about all the people that I either murdered or saved. I don't write this stuff. This is the stuff that Bethesda writes. I don't write this, you know? Oh, my kitty is happy. She's feeling like she's queen of her domain. It's cute to see it. The cat's like, I own this. And she's like guarding the door. It's cute.
You talk and get paid. I spread the news.
Yep.
It's a classic win-win.
Yep. You talk and kill people and or save people, and then you come back and tell me all your exploits. You pay me for the stories. It's a beautiful thing. I never understood what the media was. It's like basically the Adventure Club and or Indiana Jones's way to make money. They just tell stories to the media, and the media sells the media buys the stories.
Really? To say you have my undivided attention is an understatement.
Sweet relief. I knew it was going to be sweet relief, but I was like, what if hell wins?
We got were chaotic.
I'll take a hot and bothered. No, I'll take a downtown renown. Downtown renown. Dr. D's reigns. No, I'll take the there she blows. I personally took out those terramorphs. I pretty much saved the day.
Wait. I heard someone from Constellation was involved. That was you? Oh, this is great. Like, embarrassingly important award-winning great.
Good.
The whole city is still on edge over the attack.
I just killed things like I normally do or whatever. At least in video games, not in real life or whatever. Oh.
What was it like in the thick of things?
Oh, I wreck things. I win. All I do is win, or whatever. Yeah, I just focus on protecting the civilians and staying alive. I didn't have time to think. I felt alive when everything is on the line. Every moment seems like a gift.
You never know quite how precious life is until it's under threat.
Yep. We were taught something back home on the west side, Denver. You want to make it through life? Breathe for 10 seconds. Chillax. Repeat. Doesn't matter how bad it is out there. Doesn't matter what the fuck's going on. Breathe for 10 seconds. Relax. Repeat. And that's how you get through life. There could be bombs falling, drug addictions, deaths in the family. Doesn't matter what the fuck it is. You know, breathe for 10 seconds. Relax. Repeat. It's simple enough.
If you feel that way. Hey, Constellation? From all
there she blows for 30K.
Thanks. We use the word hero a lot in news. But you really are one.
Let's go see a horse race. I haven't done that in a couple of days. Going to FanDuel. Let's watch a horse race, right? Okay, so coming to today's bets. Yeah, we'll take popular races in Delaware Park. Okay, coming up in
happy to pay your fee.
I'll take Los Santos Savior in the third. And then Lonely Stepbrother. No, Worth a Kingdom. Shoot for a Lonely Stepbrother. Then looking at Belterra Park. We're R7, 2 minutes till the post. We've got Redhead Kid, Carson and Spence, Cleveland Power, Raven Moon, Brilliant Journey. It's official. Check the facts. Fan favorite is Brilliant Journey. The trainer is Larry E. Smith. The jockey is Albin Jimenez. He's best in class. They like Brilliant Journey. We'll take a look at Brilliant Journey here. Oh yeah, we're in Washington here. Yeah, we can gamble on horse racing here. Over there at the
You have another story for me?
Temple of the Winds Casino. You can bet on horse racing, which is what I'm gonna do to pass my time after all of my family and all of my friends are dead. Belterra Park in a minute.
I spread the news.
Okay, we'll go with the
classic win-win.
3-2 on Brilliant Journey. We'll go with 3-2. I'm putting $5 in my mind. It's not true, but because I can't do betting on this stream without breaking a whole bunch of rules and stuff. But we can imagine that I'm putting $5, 3-2, which will be a $10 profit. 3-2 on Brilliant Journey. Let's take a look.
My source is back. Here to report anything else?
Yeah. Oh, do I have to talk to her again? Oh, you stopped talking to
You
me.
have that look in your eye.
No, that was all she really
I
wanted.
have a feeling we'll see each other.
So yeah, I killed a bunch of Terramorphs. I'll sell you the story for a lot of money. And they're like, ooh, do you have pictures? Yeah, I killed a bunch of Terramorphs, so I got pictures and stuff. Here it is. And they're like, oh man, here's $40,000 for that story if you sell us these exclusives in the pictures. And then now I understand how adventurers always make it, is they have like media friends. You know, they alluded to this in from the Adventures of Tintin. You know, I always thought it was cool that Tintin was a fucking reporter. This was true of Superman as well. And reporter is a good job for a superhero type like Rin Tin Tin. You know, that's a good job for Tintin. Because he can sell his own stories. I never understood how corrupt humanity is, but the media is fake news in a lot of the ways. Because the fucking luminaries and the people making the stories and the news, they sell the stories to the fucking news outlets, which is why news is so fucking fake. I never understood what the loop was until Bethesda essentially taught me or whatever. Bethesda's a very educational company. But yeah, up at the top, if you're like really that big, if you're like, Travis Scott, and you just got a whole bunch of people killed with Juice WRLD at the fucking the festival or whatever, you can sell that story, and they do pay like 50 to 100 grand if you're like if you give them the exclusive and shit. I never understood this element of being an adventurer, but you can monetize being an adventurer in the real world, and it's not that hard. It's actually easier than a lot of other work, actually. Oh, so we missed Belterra Park, but you didn't load the race itself for some reason. Oh yeah, yes you did. Here, okay, the jockeys are coming up to the gate. 9-2 odds. Let's check the odds again because the post is done. The favorite's still Brilliant Journey, and the odds went up 4-5. So I put five fake dollars down on Brilliant Journey. Let's make $15 in 3 minutes, bitch. Let's do it. So we got Redhead Kid, Carson and Spence, Cleveland Power, Raven Moon. Shut up. Oh no, that's the announcer. Yeah, 7th race, and this race is in
Kid's gonna be the first one to move in.
Belterra Park. I don't even know where that is, so we're gonna pull the AI. Where is the horse race track Belterra Park?
Carson and Spence.
Belterra Park is Cincinnati, Ohio. We're in Cincinnati, Ohio. We know it is River Downs, but they don't call it that anymore. It's called Belterra Park. Okay, we're betting on
Check the facts.
Brilliant Journey. It's a beautiful name. Albin Jimenez is the fucking jockey. They're in the number 5 spot. Brilliant Journey, number 5 spot. Let's see if we can get 15 theoretical dollars.
They're off.
2 of these horses scratched from the race.
Journey's gonna get the first call.
Brilliant Journey in first, number 5.
As they move into the first turn.
I could be, god damn it, I should be gambling on the horse races, but I don't want to be a corrupt streamer. Oh, there's so many corrupt streamers out there. And I don't want to join the pack, but I could join the pack and I could do horse racing all day. I could make you $15. I can make me $15.
It's Brilliant Journey, who has the lead by about a length and a half.
Look, Strange Journey. All I have to do is bet on the fan favorite. It's not a sure thing. I lose probably, 50% of the time, 75% of the time, something. But if you learn the horses, like I'm doing in Grand Theft Auto.
For the opening quarter, and it's Brilliant Journey, who has even about 3 lengths.
Brilliant Journey. Look, she's beautiful. She's out there a good fucking 5 heads in the lead. Or 5 lengths, excuse me, 5 lengths in the lead.
Along the rail, that's Raven Moon, and the trailer.
Raven Moon wants it. She's picking up.
move midway down
Fuck,
the
I love
backstretch,
horses.
47-4 for the half.
I fucking love horses.
Move on to the far turn.
Playing spaceships and getting stoned
It's still
and playing
Brilliant
horses
Journey
is
who
so
has the
fucking
lead.
fun. It's a
On
good
the outside
time, man.
back
It's a good
to the second,
time.
along the rail, Raven Moon.
Lonely Stepbrother for
Then 3 lengths
40K,
back to
40K.
Cleveland Power.
Main race is
Then it's
going.
Carson and Spence, and the trailer is.
Look!
Check the
Journey
facts. They
smoked
move
everybody.
around the far turn going towards the quarter pole.
Okay.
It's Brilliant Journey who has the lead.
Brilliant Journey.
12 and 3 is at
It's
the
gonna
top of the
be a
stretch.
brilliant journey.
Is the one to catch.
Brilliant Journey.
has the lead.
Brilliant
Then on the outside,
Journey.
Redhead Kid along
She's
the rail,
beautiful.
Raven Moon
Run,
has
you
the
beautiful
5-8
horse.
pole.
Come on,
It's
make me
Brilliant
15
Journey who
theoretical
has the lead.
dollars.
Raven Moon trying to get
15
the
theoretical
Redhead Kid
dollars
on
to
the
win.
outside, but as they're
15
coming down
theoretical
the line,
dollars.
It's a Brilliant Journey who kicks away. Brilliant Journey's going to win it.
Brilliant Journey, bitch. 15 theoretical dollars. Imagine if it was real. If I was corrupt, it would be real. I would have made $15 right there. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not motherfucking corrupt. Got moral ambition, kitty. I got moral ambition. But I can make fun. I can pretend. I can play pretend like Peter Pan or whatever. $15 for you. You could have bet on my horse. You would have made $15 too, motherfucker. Tell me I can't be a good gamer. Los Santos Savior. Okay, so going back to it, we don't want Starfield to disconnect. You want me to go talk to somebody over here. Fun to watch a horse race. We haven't done that in a couple days. I don't want to get all super addicted to it. But what, I mean, how many times have I bet on theoretical horses now? It's been, I think, 13. No, we're up to like 15, I think, something like that. And like 13 of the 15 that I picked won. Because you just picked the fan favorite, and you're like, oh, 4 to 5 odds to win, huh? So, and it's not that bad. So, okay, if the horse doesn't win, you know, you lost $5. That sucks. I mean, that does suck. That, you know, that's $5 you didn't, you know, that you didn't make. But if the horse does win, you win between like $5, $10, $15, $20, something like that. And of course, like at least 50% of the time, you probably lose. But I mean, not if you learn the horses. So I pop in, like, okay, here, I'll do a couple of these. Delaware Park is up. Delaware Park, where is Delaware Park? Where is the horse racetrack, Delaware Park? Where's the horse racetrack, Delaware Park? Delaware Park is in Stanton, Delaware. Okay, Delaware. Oh, I didn't know. I've never even heard of it. Stanton, Delaware. So we're on the East Coast now. Belterra Park is off post. We're 0 minutes till post. Delaware Park is looking like Crabs and Beer, Pappy's Revenge, War Master, Best Sugar Daddy Ever, Secret Zipper, Sam Stormy, Tall Order, Magical Mondays, Stellar Loot, Elusive Image, Dalinar, Smithwick's Spice, and War Master is scratched, Best Sugar Daddy Ever is scratched, Secret Zipper has scratched, and Smithwick's Spice has scratched. Crabs and Beer is the first pick. She's respectable effort last time out here 5 weeks ago. Must have had good chance on the figures. Tall Order is in the second pick with 7 in the number 7. Below form last time out of Laurel Park 7 weeks ago. Jockey's record here is top notch. Plenty to like about chances and merits good deal of consideration. So Tall Order is the fan like second pick. Magical Mondays is the third pick. Secured second win and career best effort when accounting for rest by neck and more an allowance of optional claimer here on latest start in a purple patch. Now we don't have time. We'll take the swing on Crabs and Beer because I like the name. Although Tall Order sounds like David and Goliath thing here. I'm going to take the 3-2 odds on Crabs and Beer because that's a good bet. $5 on Crabs and Beer. We're going to go to watch live. Okay, you are in Valinar. Valinar. I'm at the Prophecy, and what am I doing? I'm going to the UC. I'm going to Jemison Mercantile to purchase all of their resources here. Jemison Mercantile. You're carrying too much and can't travel. I've got to dump all of the resources out of my pocket into my ship belly. Get in my belly. Get in my ship belly. Resources. 200 pounds of them or whatever, yeah. So then go back. Gold and silver and all types of shite. And we go back. And we're going to the Jemison Mercantile now that I have dumped loot. And I probably have to sell. It's okay. You can relax. It's a friend. It's a beloved family friend. You can relax, kitty.
Yeah, you love me.
No one's gonna hurt you. She's just like, never seen this before. And she's like, interesting new thing. She likes that you're here, or she would hide.
She always like jumps in my lap and loves
Oh yeah, I love this kitty. I inherited her. I love this kitty. I'm gonna be here to the day she dies. She likes you. She's just skittish. She loves you. You know she does. She's adapting. She's only been here a couple of weeks, so she's got a new home, and she's just, you know, it's like a new stepbrother or new stepfather deal or something. She's just skittish. That's all. Don't take it personally. She wants to hop in your lap. I can see that she does, but she's just nervous. You know, we all get scared sometimes, kitty. Don't worry. Oh, yep. Sorry, I missed the post.
Not letting this one get away with an easy lead. The mouth's wide open on Pappy's Revenge.
Pappy's Revenge?
Pulling that third place position and is climbing.
But I bet on Crabs and Beer. Oh no, Crabs and Beer dropped down.
Stormy is a comfortable fourth up the inside.
Crabs and Beer. Crabs and Beer.
With an outside challenge that is Magical Mondays. Deep
Magical
on the track,
Mondays.
Crabs and Beer starts a middle move. And last of all is Stellar Loot. Down to the 3.5 furlong they go. And Dalinar continues the lead as the public's pick shows away by a length and a half. Elusive Image has hounded his speed every step of the way. Stam Stormy is coming with a nice stride on the far outside.
You're not even in the top four, Crabs and Beer. You're going to be a loss. Crabs and Beer. Crabs and Beer. Crabs and Beer.
Stam Stormy has all kinds of pace on the far outside.
I'm sorry, guys. I think the announcer is freaking out my kitty. I'm gonna mute him. Come on, Crabs and Beer. Crabs and Beer. Crabs and Beer. Crabs and Beer. No. I don't know. What number is he? He's number one. So, oh no, it is Crabs and Beer for the end. What was it? Who won?
Crabs and Beer. Magical.
I got it. I got 7-2 odds. I got 7 on 5. That's fucking $30 cash right there, motherfucker. I should be betting. You just have to take the fan favorite. You're gonna lose some of the time, but I mean, if there's like, horse races are so interesting because it's like the whole entire the whole stadium of people at the horse race, they're all betting on that race, right? And then there's the whole world and all of China and all of China and all of Japan and all of America. Horse racing is huge all over the world, Russia and all these crazy sheiks in the Middle East and stuff. So the whole world is sitting like smoking cigars and drinking whiskey right now if they have any money or whatever, and they're playing the horse races and stuff. And so until post, the whole world's bets go into the calculation of that gamble of that horse race. So 30 seconds before post, or even 5 seconds before post, your odds that you were picking a 2-1 might jump to 7-2 like that, like it just did. And I made $35 theoretical money off of a 3-1 bet, and it went to 7-2 at the end, with 7-2. And I can't believe Crabs and Beer won because he was like 7th place all the way until the end, and he played it well. We got to remember the horse, right? And this is how you continue to win. You can't continue to win because the house has it calculated very well and knows the horses better than you, but you can learn the horses about as well as the house. And it's something that I'm going to do to pass the time that my family and my friends and my band and my crew and my clans used to take. I'm going to memorize all of the world's horse race. I'm going to memorize all the horses in the world, and I'm going to use the knowledge to crack open horse race gambling. And I'm going to take that money and I'm going to solve all the problems that anybody I've ever known has ever had. You think I'm kidding? I'm not kidding, bitch. I'm not kidding. It's like I'm serious. You watch me, and you've seen me do it. I bet like 15 times and I've lost twice because it's easy to bet the fan favorite because they know as well as I do that horse is winning most of the time. Now they might not win that race, and then you're out to $5. But if you put the $5 down, you might get 35. Look, Sam Stormy, Crabs and Beer. Crabs and Beer. So that's enough of this. It probably gets me and the kitty too excited or whatever because it's new. It's like a new thing in my life. Anyways, we'll go listen to some news now. I'm gonna kill the. We're gonna find out what happened yesterday because I was kind of out of it past 8 o'clock and my back was out. The Chicago police are hiding something. Is the first video we're going to do by Trap University, and I've got to go to Starfield here and mute the music because I'm going to town and shopping anyways. It's not like the music really matters. Today we are shopping for aluminum because everything on a spaceship takes aluminum. So yeah, and I mean it is educational. Like, so if you want to be a spaceship captain at your old age, if you're like 85 years old, begin to save your soda cans. because aluminum, and by then we'll have like, you know, Mr. Melter, like that machine that they had in Back to the Future on the DeLorean that like melts your stuff into like matter that fills the drive of the spaceship that you have. And so yeah, we're out here in Jemison right now buying aluminum, which is educational from for budding space pilots. And I imagine in my old age, they might make a self-manned spacecraft. The tech and the AI and the software and the microchips are moving so fucking fast that we might get self-fueled like minivan spaceships that we could fly around the universe and stuff. You know, I think it could be actually something that could happen. That's what Elon is trying to do. It's fucking dumb, but it's true. So now we'll learn about stuff in the real world. I'm going to mute the music because while I'm shopping, I will listen to the news because that's something I can do. When I conduct all of my business digitally, I can listen to classical music while I do my business with the vendors, and that's something that's always been a dream for me.
And 500.
We're gonna bump it back. I think I watched 5 minutes of this on stream last night, but whatever. We'll do the PDF today. Or I'm sorry, this was yesterday. We'll do 2 PDFs. Yesterday's, which is 22 hours old, and the new one will be coming up here probably in the next like 48 to 75 minutes.
And now Joe Rogan may be a secret weapon to put the Epstein scandal to bed. The truth about Trump's big balls inspired DC takeover. This journalist just interviewed an AI shooting victim. And what the hell is...
Oh, yeah, that's where we stopped, right? So I guess I better go where we stopped yesterday, because we did watch this yesterday. The AI, a shooting victim in the Parkland shooting put their... And I was too drunk and tired to really pay attention to the story last night, but they had an AI... watch enough video of their son to make an AI amalgamation of their son, and an AI amalgamation of their son who delivered like a discussion on gun control, which is really extreme. Yeah, it's a Parkland teens father had the AI pretend that they were the Parkland teen, and they had the AI lecture the entire world about gun control. You can tell, and that's where we stopped, so that's where I'll go back to. I'm going to skip the main stories because it's all the main spin on, you know, Donald Trump was on the Lolita Express, which is sad. I mean, we'll start there because, I mean, it is part of this huge story, but where's the one about the Parkland teen? No, the Parkland team was the main story. We will listen to the entire episode.
Happening in Sudan right now. We're talking about
Sudan.
all of that and even more.
What is going on in Sudan? I mean, I could pull Sudan, but let's
brand
listen to what he has to say.
Philip DeFranco's show, you daily dive into the news, starting with this. Journalist Jim Acosta just interviewed the AI avatar of a teenager who was killed in the Parkland school shooting in 2018.
Rest
More kindness
in
and
peace.
understanding can truly make a difference. Together, we can create a world where everyone feels safe and supported.
So that is an AI rendering of Joaquin Oliver, and it was created by his parents, Manuel and Patricia. And this week, they allowed Acosta to be the first reporter to interview
Parkland
him in
was
honor of what would
fucked
have been
up.
his 25th birthday. And right off the bat, you had Acosta asking it about gun violence.
I was wondering if you could tell me what happened to you.
I appreciate your curiosity. I was taken from this world too soon due to gun violence while at school. It's important to talk about these issues so we can create a safer future for everyone. What would you like to know more about?
Joaquin, I would like to know what your solution would be for gun violence.
Great question. I believe in a mix of stronger gun control laws, mental health support, and community engagement.
Acosta then starts asking
Now
the
notice, you know, this was a leftist response, but at no point did they say take the guns away. That's not what he said. He said better laws, more mental health support, and community outreach. And that is the answer to all of this.
No, Joaquin about his life and hobbies.
I didn't like how AI the answer actually was, but it is the truth. That is what will solve, you know, mass murder.
Do you have a favorite movie or show?
Oh, I'm a big Star Wars fan for sure.
Star Wars is such an epic saga. The adventures, the characters, and that iconic music are unforgettable.
And then after speaking with the AI, you had Acosta speaking to Joaquin's father.
Also mentioned
It's
that
creepy what he's doing.
Understand that these
Oh, I didn't buy the
AI
aluminum. Oops.
I don't want anyone to think that I am in some way trying to bring my son back. It's sadly I can hear his voice again. Which is
Something saucy.
love. And on the other hand, we can just raise the voice. And now Joaquin is going to start.
See, she
having
loves
followers.
you.
He's not Manny. He's not Patricia. He's going to start uploading videos. This is just the beginning.
But immediately, you saw a lot of people saying they were rubbed the wrong way here. With, many saying they're just allowing this AI to speak for the dead when we really have no idea what this person would have said. So there was no shortage of backlash, especially against Acosta. People saying things like, you don't have an interview, you're facilitating a grotesque puppet show.
It's true. What he's saying is correct. It is grotesque.
So it's evil.
It's not evil. It's just
and also a professor at the University
misguided.
Of Berkeley at it. This sort of interview style can't possibly represent what that child wants to say in any reasonable way. There are plenty of
stilted and
to
weird.
Talk to real victims and have a serious conversation about this epidemic that's happening in our country.
I don't need AI speaking for the dead.
With that, you have a lot of people debating the journalistic ethics of this, with some saying Joaquin Oliver's death was a tragedy, but animating a dead child to speak words he never said serves no journalistic purpose. All it does is chase clicks by exploiting a kid who can no longer express himself. Then others going further, noting that there are actually other complications in using AI when it comes to grief itself. For example, one behavioral scientist writing, there are actual harms associated with so-called grief bots. Some researchers even warn of digital hauntings that prolong grief. With all that, as the criticism was rolling in, you had Acosta writing on Blue Sky that Joaquin's family, quote, approached me to help them remember their son, and he included a video of his father explaining the choice again.
So I'm new to Blue Sky. I've only been there for a couple of weeks. We haven't done this in a while, but let's go to Blue Sky today. I love that there is a leftist app where I can go and not have Elon Old screaming at me all day. I really love that. As sick and sad as a leftist thing is, but I mean, this is my people. Here, look, see, there's the Onion. There's Mrs. Grumpy Bunny. My God, she's beautiful for someone her age. In Elgin, Illinois, showing ICE kidnapping people. Oh, geez, sorry. Loud. Play it again. This is people in America being black bagged. Look how dangerous this is. There's like 5 people suppressing somebody in a driving seat. And they're black bagging this dude while his wife watches and cries. Oh no, I'm sorry, it's a lady and she's pregnant. And they're 5 pigs are tackling her in riot gear. It's a pregnant lady being tackled in a driving seat by 5 pigs in riot gear. You wouldn't see this on Twitter or Facebook. I mean, you might see it on Facebook, but no, probably not. Hi, kitty. I love you. You want lap? You can have it. I know, so much transition and change, but you're doing okay with it. I know you don't understand what I'm saying, but I talk to you anyways, kitty. Change is as good as the rest. And if you adapt, your life will be happier and much better. In Denmark, farmers are required by law to grow field flowers for bees on 5% of their land. I think that's a fantastic solution to a big problem. They can do it here too. I agree. See, Blue Sky is that smug liberal, like Hollywood bullshit that just pisses off every anti-woke person on the fucking planet. It's literally the woke mind virus. But look at what they post. They're like, in Denmark, farmers are required by law to grow field flowers for bees on 5% of their land. Otherwise, they're not allowed to be farmers. They have to grow flowers for bees. I prefer that stuff, that just smug, liberal, woke shit. I just prefer it because it's a lot more huggy, it's a lot more positive, and it's usually embracing the environment or, people that are marginalized. How women actually want to dress, and here's an old piece of armor. Why should you keep demanding the release of the Epstein files? Because they were sexually abusing children, as so far they got away with it. That's why. Camden Fringe. It's like it's the lunatic fringe from Camden, New Jersey, and they're all leftists, and they all probably cherish like gay people, hippies, and woke shit. The great David Berman passed away. I don't know who that is. This is what's going on while the Orange Clown is trying to distract us. Oh my God, that woman has a beautiful pair of she is very talented. That is like the most revealing Facebook picture I've ever seen that isn't against the law. Her name is the saddest girl to ever hold a martini. I think there's culture here that you can't get in other places. Anyways.
It was our plan, and it's still our plan. We feel
salted sauce.
He has a lot of things to say. If the problem that you have...
Okay, so we got the story. I don't know if I like this guy because I believe he is using AI to manipulate the world, and I think that in and of itself is evil. His kid trying to speak as for the dead is also evil. But I don't know if it's inherently like God should punish you evil or just sort of sin of omission evil. Because it's sort of like white lies sort of stuff, like the AI is speaking for the dead. It's sort of white lie stuff. It's not direct deception, but it is deceitful.
Actions here. And then, next up in the news, a former Doge employee was just attacked in D.C., and now you have Donald Trump threatening to take over the entire city. So, we should talk about what happened, how we got here, and whether Trump's actually allowed to do that. All right, so starting with this Doge worker, his name is Edward Korestein, but he's better known as Big Balls. And despite being just 19 years old, he previously worked as a senior advisor with access to various government agencies, including Homeland Security.
A 19-year-old senior advisor. He better be fucking sober.
He also reportedly played a key role in Doge's dismantling of USAID, and he's now...
Oh, good. So foreigners can die of starvation, like Ukraine or whatever. Oh, good. Good job, right-winger.
Working for the Social Security Administration. But according to police, early Sunday morning, 10 young people assaulted him as part of an attempted carjacking in an upscale neighborhood less than 2 miles from the White House. The police saying that he was with his significant other, and Korestein telling officers that he pushed his girlfriend into the car for her own safety and then turned to deal with the suspects before being attacked. The cops patrolling the area eventually showing up and putting a stop to it, and as of recording, police say they've arrested 2
Okay, we are set to build finally.
Both of whom have been charged with unarmed carjacking. And as police continued to search, you had Trump deciding to weigh in, or with Trump sharing a photo that appeared to show Korestein sitting in the street, covered in his own blood, writing, "Crime in Washington, D.C. is totally out of control. Local youths and gang members,
he is right.
14, 15, and 16 years old, are...
we'd never deep dive this, but and I guess one of the things that was on the thing was an expose on Chicago today. We're gonna watch that next, but let's watch an expose on D.C. crime, because I think D.C. crime is actually a rather bad problem that plagues our country. I didn't know. You hear hints of it from time to time on the news, but I believe DC is like the worst ghetto in the country now, which isn't too good. DC crime. New Patrick CC. I'll have to cue that up. It's a 9-minute thing from NBC4 Washington. He wants to federalize DC. But I want an expose. I'm not seeing what I'm looking for. Yeah.
Local leaders are responding to President Trump's sweeping executive order to clear homeless people off the streets and involuntarily commit them to treatment. Good evening, I'm Preston Phillips.
And I'm Mary Nam. The order also calls for cities to lose their...
what's the word that we've been using lately? It's poor lords. They've got a war against the poor. It's Donald Trump and Joe Biden and all of their billionaire oligarch child molester friends. And we call them poor lords. They have their war against the poor. They're not inherently evil themselves, maybe, but they're definitely poor lords.
Federal grants for failing to comply. It raises all sorts of questions about how it would work here in our region. New at 6, KOMO senior reporter Chris Daniels went straight to the governor and the mayor of Seattle for their response and joins us.
Mayor of Seattle.
The answer, Chris.
Mary, we learned...
Mayor of Seattle, wow.
Today that Washington's governor, Seattle's mayor, and Senator Patty Murray are all skeptical about the practicality.
Oh, so they're going to imprison the homeless in Seattle
of this order, given all the resources that would be needed to carry it out if it isn't held up by a legal challenge.
They can't stand the poor. I mean, I'm going to sing a 15, I'm not going to sing, but I'm going to requote a 15 lyric here, my favorite punk band. The homeless are a problem for only one reason. Our presence raises the question, who owns the land? And that's their war against the poor. If you want to know what the actual causality is, those people sitting there on the sidewalk raises the question, who owns the sidewalk? So they want to either imprison and or kick everybody off that land, because that's their sidewalk. They paid for that. They bought that sidewalk. They put the public put their tax money into it. It's their sidewalk. They own it. You know, and the homeless are a problem for only one reason. Our presence raises the question, who owns the land?
It is arguably the most complicated issue of this past decade. How can or should cities get people off the sidewalks and into housing and treatment facilities? The president is now citing public safety as a reason to force...
I'm not homeless anymore, but remember, I spent 7 of the last 10 years homeless.
The civil commitment of people...
Now it's been, I think, 11 and a half. Yeah, it's been about 11 and a half years, but I spent 7 of the last, 12 years fucking homeless.
With a mental illness or living on the streets, and threatening to pull discretionary grants for failing to curb urban camping.
And I don't think, again, the Trump administration really thinks through the practicality of some of these executive orders.
Bruce Harrell is Seattle's mayor, where there are nearly 17,000 homeless people, most of the estimated 31,000 statewide, and where numbers have gone up.
So they pulled $81 billion in tariffs. I'm going to use my iWatch to prove that the iWatch is useful, right? It's instead of just some gaudy trinket, right? So I'm going to hold the button on my iWatch and I'm going to ask a question. What is $81 trillion divided by 710 million? Yes, so they pulled $81 trillion in from or was it billion? I think it's billion, huh? No, I'm sorry. They pulled 81 billion. I got it wrong. It is billion. It's not trillion. What is 81 billion divided by 850 million?
It's approximately 95.29 for 1.
81 billion divided. Oh no. Yeah. So. What is $81 billion divided by 800 million?
The answer is $101.25.
That's not that much. I stand corrected. I was going to make this point about how $81 billion divided by, I mean, are you doing this right? I don't know. Let's ask the computer UI. How much money could each citizen get if $81 billion was divided by 800 million citizens? It's $101. So yeah, so just the tariffs that he pulled in the last 6 months, he could send $100 to each American citizen, and that's what they're going to do. But see, I think for some reason when I think 81 billion divided by 700 million, but no, it is yeah, it is only about $100. It's the same. The math works out better in their favor than I thought. But I was thinking that they weren't very generous, but I mean, they kind of are. When they do their stimuluses, I guess they are kind of generous. They do burn like $150 billion when they hand out those $300 stimuluses that they do. Or sometimes it's like $750, and I thought they were being kind of stingy about that. But I mean, when you do the math, they're not being stingy about it.
Even as city and the state have spent.
I don't know. When I think of the $81 billion worth of tariffs this year got pulled in, I feel that $81 billion should have been able to cure all of the homelessness in America, and I mean cure it, as in make sure those people had mental health, food, a place to live, 3 square meals, water, food, showers, hot water, therapy, transportation. I think $81 billion is not enough. It's just not enough. But I think we have enough money in America to make it enough. We could send enough aid to end homelessness in America with just the tariffs we pulled in this year. That's the point I'm trying to make. Now, maybe I'm wrong. I'm not a fiscal consumer. I'm not a fiscal, consumer advocate. I really don't know, but that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to fiscally advocate for the American public and the American homeless and the American consumer. I believe we pulled in enough money off of his bullshit tariffs this year to cure, and I mean cure homelessness in America. But instead, they just run off with that money. I don't know what they do with it. They fix roads and houses and, it's not houses, but roads and churches and stuff like this and streets. And they do spend it on infrastructure, but I don't think they're appropriating our money correctly.
More than $1 billion to address it. Is the city of Seattle prepared?
See, so they say, so Seattle got $1 billion, but I mean, with $80 billion coming in from tariffs, I guess that's maybe where the billion comes from.
To lose federal grants as a result of this executive order?
We are prepared, and so when we look at our tax policy and our planning policy,
this is the Seattle mayor.
Always built in that contingency.
What this is really is just a PR stunt.
Daniel Hornig is a former deputy director of the National Economic Council. There is a certain percentage of the community who says, hey, they think the federal government should get involved.
I'm not against the federal government getting involved. I think that there are ways that the federal government, for example, should be providing more resources to house people, more resources to provide treatment for those who need it, more resources to prevent people becoming homeless in the first place.
What about the flip side of this, that people suggest the federal government does need to step in here because Seattle hasn't done its job?
Well, we're sheltering more people. And if you look at what we did in 2023, for example, over a couple of thousand people we sheltered. You look at 2024, again, approximately a couple of thousand people, in addition to building 33,000 units and 6,500 units of affordable housing.
There are also questions tonight about how any of this would work with the state's Involuntary Treatment Act, or where anyone.
I want every homeless person in America to be able to get housing for $300 a month.
One would be housed if all.
Because I don't know a homeless person who doesn't have a family member. I do know a few, but I don't know a homeless person facing the housing crisis who couldn't get $300 if they didn't try. Even the drug addicts, even my ex-girlfriend who was blowing $480 a day on fucking black tar heroin and shit like this, she can still get $300 help from her family or her friends if she desperately needs it. Imagine if that $300 actually got them in an apartment, Imagine if it actually did it. With staff that are equipped to deal with somebody who's in off the streets with a drug addiction and needs help and therapy and a case manager like I got every day. My advice to anybody facing, my friend MJ Ripshots, he just sent me a message and I assume he assumes this is going to be public, so I'm going to use it for content here. But I got hit by MJ Ripshots the other day talking about how. Now, if Twitch was competent, I could read this message, but I'm terribly sorry, guys. Twitch is not competent. They will not let me read this message. I don't think that's a mistake, but they can give you the preview, but not the message itself because they're not competent. But anyway, software developers aren't competent. What else is new? So I would read the message, but my friend, he's on the streets, and the bank stole his money, and he asked me my advice, and I was like, I don't think he probably liked my advice because I didn't get a response from him. But I mean, my advice was don't fight the bank. It's like fighting City Hall. You're not going to win. They have expensive lawyers. They will waste the time to fight you in court. You can't fight the banks. Now, I'm sure he didn't like that answer, but it is my answer to it. And he was like, I'm living in my car. And I'm like, I'm sorry, buddy. I have lived in my car for 5 of the last 15 years. I understand that, or a car. I was living as a homeless Uber driver for 5 years. I lived in my car. I slept on couches and stuff. I was homeless. 2 of those years, I was living in a burnt-out restaurant named The Bistro. And I told him, I was like, you need to maintain an address no matter what. That was my first advice. Second is to not fight City Hall. Don't fight the banks. You can't win. It costs more time and money than you have. And the third thing is, everything will be all right in the end. If it's not all right, it's not the end. I've been where you're at. If you maintain an address and you can consistently try to rise above it, you will. If you don't want to, you won't. And that was the advice I gave him. I could pull the conversation if Twitch was competent, but they're not. And it's probably doxing him to do that, so I probably won't do that. But, you know, this is what needs to be done now. And the last thing that I should have said to him, and I want to type it to him right now, but I can't because the software developers are stealing. The conversation that I want to open can't open. See it? The conversation that it's weird. You call this a coincidence, but I can open 15 conversations, but the one that I want to open is not going to open. And I want to give him the last bit of the advice, which I forgot to give him, which is that if you get a case manager or a social worker or a mental health facilities staff worker or anybody like that looking in on you every single day, and they will do this. They will call you and they will talk to you between 5 and 20, if not like an hour to 3 hours a day. And they will make sure that you're getting the help that you need. And they don't require you to do drug tests. They don't require you to be sober. They don't require you to do anything at all. They don't require you. This is what got me sober and owning a home and living in a place that I worked hard for and you know, where I'm at. And that's the advice that I always give people. And that's the problem. That can be given to these people. These things can be given, like 3 square meals a day, a place to rest their head, a hot shower, advice from a fucking psychiatrist every day, every week, advice from a caseworker, and people that don't care if you relapse. They don't care if you relapse. You can tell them. I did. I told my caseworkers, all of them, over and over again. I told them repeatedly, like 7 times, oh, I relapsed. You know, the last time I relapsed, she gave me the advice of calling up my fucking, it was the best advice anybody ever gave me. She was like, you're gonna throw a dirty away. They're gonna respect you a lot more if you just get out ahead of it and don't lie to them. And she was right. I mean, I couldn't believe it when she told me. I was like, no, telling them I've got a dirty UA is going to violate my probation. I'm going to go to jail for 10 years. And she was like, so be it. You need to tell them first. And she was right. She was right. When I did that, it protected me from jail. It was the best advice anybody had ever given me. And I was like, you understand, if I tell them I violated probation, I'm violating a fucking probation violation, a felony probation violation, I will go to mandatory minimum sentencing. And she was like, no, if the world's correct, and it is, if everything's right with the cosmos, you will not go to jail. And she was right. I did not go to jail. But I mean, it took taking that leap of faith and my mother's advice and my case manager Rachel's advice. She showed up the day that the day that the guy tried to kill me with a circular saw. Rachel showed up, and she sat there with me for 2 hours. And she was like, you're high, aren't you? And I was like, yes. And she was like, we got to get you into a motel. And I was like, but I'm high. I've relapsed. And she's like, it's okay. We're not going to drug test you. That's not what this is about. We're not going to denigrate you or take your fucking your food stamps or your insurance away, right? And so I like telling this story because it does matter, right? And that's what these people need. That $81 billion that he pulled in from tariffs in the last 5 months, that's what it should pay for. It should pay for what I got. It should be the law of the land that if you are facing a crisis, you should get help from your fellow countrymen that you paid taxes for all of your life.
Of this was implemented. No answers on any of that today. I did reach out to Washington's Governor Bob Ferguson as well, and he issued a statement to me reading.
So, but it's depressing when I go to do the math with the AI and I cut out $81 billion in tariffs to every single American. Every single American, it only cuts to $100. But what I was really thinking, and I didn't get to finish the thought there because so many different invading thoughts came in and stuff. But if you carve up 17,000 homeless. How many homeless in Seattle? 16,385. If you carve this up by $1 billion, how much is 16,385 divided by, how much is $1 billion divided by 16,385 Seattle homeless? It's $61,000 per person. You want to tell me that those people couldn't have taken that $61,000 and not bought a fifth wheel like I did, and gotten off the streets, pay for a lot on a pay 3 years time, up front on a trailer park lot or something like that, right? and bought a fifth wheel like we did I bought mine for, I think, $29,000, something like that. I think all in all with the renovations, it ate up $34,000, which I earned through my PUA, my pandemic unemployment assistance, after I fixed laptop screens, which what I was really doing was, selling drugs, but I did fix laptop screens to launder my money. And so I qualified for pandemic assistance because I had proof that I had been a gig worker on Craigslist, and I had been selling laptop screen repair for a long time for $300 a pop. And so I qualified for PUA, and that enabled me to make the $39,000 between the work that I did and the drugs that I sold and the jobs that I did, working construction and on the streets flagging and stuff like this. I was able to make the $40,000 that it took to buy the home that you see me sitting in right now today. Now, these people, they've all faced heroin and meth and fentanyl and trank addictions and stuff, and alcoholism and crack and cocaine addictions and such, right? So they can't raise that $40,000. They need to focus on the 3 square meals a day, dealing with a case manager and a mental health facility person who's qualified to deal with them every day, getting therapy every morning for an hour, getting relapse, prevention, trigger prevention, stuff like this every Wednesday, like I did for 7 fucking years. I did relapse prevention every Wednesday and trigger identification in the mental health facility Denver. And one of the things that the mental health facility Denver required me to do is they were like, if you take 3 square meals a day in an inpatient 2-year facility that's meant to help people who are facing hard jail time, who are in the system and stuff, you have to take the resources that we offer. And it was a bigger metro city, so I did better there. And the resources that they offer was like, every Wednesday was trigger relapse and relapse prevention, NA, AA, all this stuff that you normally get as an addict and stuff. And they gave me 3 square meals a day. And when you relapsed, you could tell them they weren't going to kick you out of that place. I relapsed twice, and I told them that they didn't kick me out of that place. They're like, this is part of the journey. We're going to be mouth swabbing you every day for a couple of weeks. Normally we only do it like, no, they did mouth swab me without warning every other day or so. And but they mouth swabbed me for a couple of days, and they're like, as long as you stay off the drugs, you can stay here and stuff. And they were understanding about it,
Hey, Dad?
this was what was required, because they were a private organization that didn't have to follow the laws that some judge says or whatever. They were able to follow their own morals because they were a nonprofit organization, which was, as long as you do the mouth swabs with us and you do the battle with us and the relapse, please shut the fuck up. You goddamn piece of shit cocksucker software developer. Please shut the fuck up. The bottom line is, you can get the help that you need, especially if they're not beholden to some crazy hospital or some mental health facility that's ran by the state. So we want private organizations who can help the homeless, but they need funding from these tariffs and stuff that Trump stole from our trade partners. So so they gave $1 billion to Seattle of that $81 billion that he made or whatever. That $1 billion between 16,385 people is 60. That's every last homeless individual in Seattle could have $61,000 per person, and should. Instead, they spend money on safe places to shoot. They hand money to churches and food banks and stuff like this. But what they really should do is make sure that those people have 3 square meals, mental health at any time of day, 24/7. If it's 4:15 in the morning and that you got a trigger around then, when that's normally when you go to score or whatever, you should be able, like I was able to do this. I was able to go downstairs. I did it a couple of times. I went downstairs and I talked to my beloved I don't know what you call her. She was like the case manager who sat at the desk for 8 hours or sometimes 12 hours a day, and there was 2 people at all times for 24 hours a day down there who would just talk to you about whatever problem you had. That was their job. They were like, their issue was if you didn't tell them. They're like, you're telling us all your problems, right? If there's anything you're dealing with, you got a death in the family or an addiction or something like that, you just tell us your fucking issues and we'll help you. And they did. And so I only relapsed twice, and I didn't tell them about one time because it was just too personal, and I was going to attempt suicide, you know, so I didn't tell them about that time. But the other time was much more problematic, and I did tell them. They were like, you need to take the advice that your case manager gave you, which is you need to tell your probation officer today that you're going to throw the dirty away before you throw it. It was the best advice I ever got, because I was ironclad. When I went in to talk to the judge, they had all these other junkies sitting next to me who were dodging the judge, just like my ex-girlfriend. I've been into 40 court dates with my ex-girlfriend because she was just dodging the judge. She was in there for giving false information, you know, and she was facing a felony B, but they didn't want to throw her in jail because she was throwing dirty all the fucking time on her probation, over and over and over again. And it was a terrible cycle she was caught in, and all the other people in the court were caught in that cycle too. But I wasn't, because I was getting treatment, you know. And so when I showed up in court and I was like, yes, the day that I relapsed, I lost my ex-girlfriend. A man tried to kill me with a circular saw. He broke his clavicle, or not his clavicle, excuse me. He broke his knee falling off the back porch, you know, chasing me with a fucking circular saw. So I was able to escape, and he went to jail for 5 years and shit. And I can say this it's the truth. I can say this to the judge to their face. And I said, yes, sir. I relapsed on methamphetamine after being clean for 5.5 fucking years that day. It was fucking terrible. And the judge is like, but you told me before you threw the dirty away? And it's like, yes, before I threw the dirty away, I told my case manager, I told my fucking probation officer, I told my ex-girlfriend, I told my mother, I told everybody, because I've been getting the support and the help that I needed to get. I had support systems in place. I got the help that I want to get. And the judge was like, 2 years unsupervised probation on a 10-year mandatory minimum sentencing bid. He was like, I am, what do they call it? It's deferred adjudicating a 10-year mandatory minimum sentence to nothing. You can do 2 years on, well, it was supervised, excuse me. It was 2 years supervised probation, but he gave me unsupervised because I was on supervised probation. He was like, as long as you maintain your other 2 years of supervised probation. They reset my probation, so it took me 4 years to get out after I violated, but they didn't put me in jail for any time at all. Now they got me up in court in Jefferson County, which is why I want to burn down the courthouse. And they informed me to my face that I was facing 10 years mandatory minimum sentencing, and nothing I would ever say would ever get me out of it. But when I went and talked to the judge at the end, he was like, nope, you have done everything you should have done. We can see why you relapsed. We can see that you're facing terrible things, that you've lost 2 girlfriends and a best friend in the last 3 years. You lost like a wife, a girlfriend, and a best friend in the last 3 years and shit. And they're like, no, we can see that you've done everything you should have done. Without those case managers and support, I couldn't have done what I did. And that's the problem. These people, the 61,000, it needs to go to that. It needs to put them in a place where they can get 3 square meals a day. They can go and get high if they want to, because nobody controls what they do. But they know better to do that, because then they don't lose their support, but they start to scrub out. They start to scrub out of the place unless they take the support and they address the problems that are getting them to go relapse in the first place. And when they see that they're strong enough, some of us make it. Especially if you got other addicts who are helping you make it, like I did.
This is another misguided and harmful executive order from the Trump administration.
So, like, they're not getting the help that they need. You can bust out the money. They should have been getting $61,000 just this year. They should have gotten the poor people. The poor homeless who are facing drug addiction should be getting $61,000 payments. They should be. It sounds crazy to me when I say it, but I'm totally for it. This is the sort of stuff that you see on Blue Sky that you would not see on Twitter or any place that right-winger dominates. They're like, no, who will pay for this? We'll pay for it, motherfucker. We have trillions of dollars that are just sitting there. Where do you think all that tax money goes to? We have money to solve this issue. We just haven't been solving it.
With my team as we start hearing from federal agencies about how they.
So now we move on. I think we address the Seattle homelessness because it's near and dear to our hearts up in Bellingham or whatever. We address the Seattle homelessness. Thank God for Bellingham being small, or it would be, just as bad. It would be just as bad or worse. So I mean, I address Seattle because it's just, I've always been a metro youth. I've been a metro city youth. So I think about big city when I do my politics, because that's where the 20,000 homeless people are. We could also do the same question for my local area, right? How many homeless in Bellingham, Washington? 1,059. So if Bellingham, Washington were to get 1/10 or 1/20th, which is what the population, divisory is. What divisive is 1,059 is about 1/20th of what there is in Seattle, right? So if Bellingham were to get 1/20th of $1 billion, what's 1/20th of $1 billion? That's like what, $500 million, right? We could do the math here with the AI. It's easy enough. What is 1/20th of $1 billion? No. What is 1/20? What is that? 1/5? Yeah, sorry. What is 1/5 of $20 billion? It's.
The answer is $4 billion United States dollars.
Yes. So Bellingham would get $4 billion, right, to deal for 1,059 people. What is 4.5 billion divided by 1,059?
The answer is 4,249,291.78.
That is what every citizen who is facing homelessness in Bellingham should technically be getting. That's what we have dog-eared. That is the money that we have dog-eared. Where is that money going? It's going to all types of fucking things to solve the crisis that don't solve the crisis. I think they spend more on crisis than and the intensive care unit, the ICU, and all the hospitalization and all the problems and the detox units and all this stuff that they do just to mitigate the damage, where they could just give every homeless person $1 million, and then they could just go buy a $400,000 house in Bellingham or $500,000 house. They could pay for a nice 2 years of rehab or something like that, and they would still have money left over, and they could get on their feet. That we do have money to solve the homelessness problem. I believe the fucking politicians have been stealing it. That's what I'm getting at here. I think the nastiest word in the human language is misappropriation, and I believe that is our government's sin.
Randomly attacking, mugging, maiming, and shooting innocent.
Washington, D.C. has turned into the worst ghetto in America, which just doesn't make sense. That doesn't really make sense. There should not be. There's not enough ghetto action in D.C. I mean, that is not L.A. or New York where they're slinging crack cocaine and stuff. I mean, they are now, but I mean, D.C.'s not famous for selling cocaine, not until the 80s or something like that. How did D.C. end up being worse than L.A. or New York? The L.A. and New York have been at that shit for 120 years or something like that. D.C.'s only been at it for 30. How did DC end up being the worst ghetto in fucking country? Because these politicians are stealing money.
Citizens at the same time knowing that they will be almost.
It all connects. That's why they brought in the Seattle mayor to talk about this. It all connects. The Seattle mayor knows that there's been misappropriation. It's weird. You can't blame either side for this. It's both sides.
The law in D.C. must be changed to prosecute these minors as adults and lock them up.
So now he's talking about, because 16-year-olds are sticking each other up, and they're like stick-up kids in the ghetto who are bipping cars and robbing people at gunpoint, like this fucking toolish right-wing fucking national security advisor who's 19 years old. What the fuck are you? I mean, I guess I'd rather have a 19-year-old than a fucking 70-year-old though. So yeah, I guess hire a 19-year-old security advisor. But I mean, is that even enough FBI training to be a national security advisor? He's 19. It sounds like you just took some right-wing fucking streamer and you made him a national security advisor who's 19. That sounds insane to me. If I'm gonna have a national security advisor, I want them to have 12 years in Quantico. I'm just saying. Am I weird? I think I am. I think it's misappropriation. It's weird.
On time, starting at age 14.
I think you fast-tracked a 19-year-old right-winger streamer's career rather than actually putting a 12-year-old Quantico vet in place of national security. I'm okay with a 32-year-old running our national security. I would prefer it, honestly. But 19? The fuck is that? When I was 19 years old, I was living in an apartment with my ex-girlfriend. She was working at Forever 21. And I was working at the BP gas station, and I smoked too much weed, and I played too much Diablo 2, and I spent the summer biking across the country, and I went to London that year, I don't think I'm being a national security advisor at the age of 19. That sounds like graft and corruption.
In fact, as far as Trump's claim about crime being out of control, when you actually look into it, that does not appear to be the case. The city's crime rates, they've actually been falling sharply. In fact, this last January, you had officials announcing that violent crime in the city had reached a 30-year low with a 26%.
And on top of it, they're not killing each other. One of the beautiful things about the younger generations is they are tablet brain rot dumb, because so they don't know how to do like algebra and stuff like this, but they're not dumb. They know that murder doesn't lead to good places. They know what happens when you catch a murder trial. So there's less murder, I swear to God. You keep talking about how dumb they are, but they're not dumb in their hearts and souls. They're just dumb in their mind. So they know that murder charges aren't a good thing, so there's less murder.
Here compared to 2020.
It's because of Google. Google tells them you shouldn't kill that guy.
I will say Trump was somewhat near the truth in suggesting that there is an
and
issue.
when they ask you why shouldn't I kill this dude who's taken over my block in DC, right? And they ask the AI this, and the AI is like, well, because you'll probably face a 20-year charge in Dannemora or whatever. And so, I swear to God, the AI comes back with the answer, and this is something they couldn't get 20 or 30 years ago, because they can't ask their father. Their father just beats their ass, right? So they ask the AI, they're like, what are the downsides of killing this rival gang member who's trying to take my block in Washington, D.C., right? And the AI comes back and it's like, well, first of all, murder is considered evil by everybody in every religion and all this, but the statistical reason is that you'll probably face 20 years in jail. And the youngster forgets this. They forget this when their blood's hot. They forget that they'll face 20 to 40 years in jail. So the AI reminds them, and they don't go do it. I swear to God.
Crime in particular. Young people, they now make up a majority of the arrests.
And so the murder rate in DC is the worst there's ever been. It really is. It's crazy. But the murder rate's down for some reason. We don't know why. We don't know why.
Just a few months ago, you had the mayor announcing the creation of a special police
unit. I know why. Because it's really hard to avoid forensics now. It's super hard to avoid really calculated forensics, to calculate DNA, fingerprints. You know, it's a lot better towards the cops right now than it is the criminals. It's a lot easier to catch a fucking murder than it's ever been. So yeah, it's you know, the rewards are lower. You know, are some of the rewards, but the risk is higher. So yeah, they definitely are doing it less.
Dedicated to preventing and responding.
There's cameras everywhere. I feel so, you know, it's weird because I feel less safe now than I did when I was 12 years old living in a small rural town in New Jersey. But I also do feel safer in the respect that there's cameras and cell phones everywhere, fucking everywhere.
Banal crime, which some argue is a better approach than just throwing 14-year-olds in adult prisons. But either way, you then had Trump issuing this warning, saying, if DC doesn't get its act together and quickly, we will have no choice but to take federal control of the city and run this city how it should be run and put criminals on notice that they're not going to get away with it anymore. Then, despite their falling out, you had Elon Musk sharing a screenshot of Trump's post, agreeing and writing, it's time to federalize DC.
So now they're getting rid of juvenile halls, and they're just gonna hold the kids responsible for, you know, murder or drug dealing or whatever full blown the same way that they hold criminals responsible who are adult. And so yeah, they're getting rid of juvenile charges apparently, or at least that's what Elon wants.
Notably,
to be fair, those drug dealers that run those crack houses and stuff and the flop houses, they do use clockers. Little 14-year-old kids and stuff, they use clockers a lot, and clockers are a really bad thing.
Far from the first time.
You don't want 14-year-old kids slinging dope. You know, that's not good for them. They should be in high school, fucking girls, and, you know, playing soccer and shit like this.
Trump or others have suggested this. You had Trump reportedly considering taking control of the city's police force.
I don't want 14-year-old gang members. Like, that's fucked up.
To deal with protests during his first term. Also on the campaign trail, he vowed to take...
Showed him want to be a thug.
Over what he called the horribly run capital of our nation, so there is no longer a nightmare of murder and crime. And since getting back into office, he's already floated this idea of taking over more than once, not counting this week. And one of the big things is while you have people saying, you know, he can't do that, or at least not technically, the situation, it's more complicated, and if you're just talking about impact, we could see a huge impact here. Because DC has had a limited degree of self-government since what's called the Home Rule Act of 1973. And that means that Trump technically can't just federalize the government. Congress would need to undo what's already done. And if the Republicans, they tried to do that, Democrats would probably be able to block the legislation. And in fact, back in February, 2 Republicans introduced legislation to repeal home rule entirely, which didn't get anywhere. That said, though, I mean, it would be a mistake to
60,000 yellow totally sunshine, 1.1 mil.
In fact, Trump, along with Republicans, they've already gotten involved. Are you a Trump signing an executive order to create a federal DC safe and beautiful task force? And in Congress, they passed bills to undo legislation passed by DC's local government. And then, of course, another possibility is that Republicans, you know, they tack these changes on.
Okay,
while
we
here,
get it. I'm moving
and you're
on.
your way. And then, next up in the news, we should talk about how Donald Trump's Epstein deflection campaign has actually worked. Not universally, but meaningfully, and I'll explain. We're starting with the fact
I don't
that
want to
the
spin on
Washington-
Epstein. We all know that he was on the Lolita Express. If he dodges it, he dodges it.
Large child sex offender.
You can't dodge court evidence.
Then,
I mean, you can, but you will cause the death of our government if you do.
But interesting news, a new Coast Guard report just came out, and it found that the Titan submersible implosion that killed 5 people, it was preventable. Right? And notably, they didn't mean like it would be preventable if you thought, hey, I shouldn't get into that sketchy-ass tube to go down to see the Titanic. They were looking for key contributing factors to why it happened. Right? And according to reports, it largely came down to 6 things. Saying right off the bat that the sub's design was flawed and it used questionable materials, as well as CEO Stockton Rush refusing to put the sub through a voluntary certification process, saying that it would stifle innovation. OceanGate's former director of marine operations was fired days after reporting concerns about the sub's carbon fiber hull in 2018. The sub's passengers were classified as mission specialists to avoid small passenger vessel regulations. OceanGate attempted to train sub pilots in a single day. And the sub was stored in an outdoor parking lot in Canada over the winter to save money. And even that, it doesn't touch on the toxic work environment stuff. But reportedly, there were firings and threats to fire people if they raised safety issues. With a report then including 17 safety recommendations that the Coast Guard says is aimed at strengthening oversight of submersible operations, improving coordination among federal agencies, and closing gaps in international maritime policy. And then I've got more news for you in a minute, but first, do you ever sit down and you feel yourself slide a little and realize, yeah, I wore the wrong underwear? Because I've worn today's sponsor, MeUndies, for years. MeUndies. Comfort that's made for summer. And then, next up, in huge international news, tens of thousands of people trapped in a besieged city in Sudan are facing famine. That is what you have the UN warning this week, and it's just one of the reasons that the situation in the country is considered the world's largest humanitarian crisis. But starting with this city under siege, it's called El Fasher. It's the capital of the state of North Darfur, and it's the last major city there still under the Sudanese government's control. In the rebel group known as the RSF, they've been trying to take control of it for more than a year, during which time the UN has been unable to deliver food by land. So you have things like, for example, in June, an ambush on what would have been the first aid convoy to reach the city since early 2024, resulting in the deaths of 5 humanitarian workers. And so with almost no aid getting in, the roughly 300,000 people remaining in the city, they're dealing with increasingly desperate conditions. So for example, the World Food Program regional director for Eastern and Southern Africa is saying that everyone in the city is facing a daily struggle to survive. But also, you could say pretty much the same for people all over the country. You've got the UN describing the broader hunger and displacement crisis in Sudan as unprecedented, and for good reason. Since April of 2023, the war has killed tens of thousands of people, displaced millions, and left tens of millions facing hunger. It's also the only place in the world where famine conditions have been confirmed in multiple locations. And in fact, last year, the UN declared famine in the displacement camps surrounding El Fasher. It was expected that starvation would take hold of the city itself by May of this year, and really there was only a lack of hard data keeping an official famine declaration from happening. And this, it ties back to the United States, because what's happening here, it's making things worse there. And what I'm talking about are the recent cuts to USAID, right, the U.S. Agency for International Development. And in general, you've had experts saying that the impact could be devastating. A study published in The Lancet, for example, found that in the absence of USAID, 14 million more people would die worldwide in the next 5 years. And a third of that 14 million would be children under the age of 5. And it appears that Sudan could be hit especially hard, because according to data from the UN, the agency provided 44% of the world's humanitarian funding for Sudan in 2024. And in fact, you had an emergency logistics coordinator for Doctors Without Borders saying that Sudan, it's become a case study for the impact of USAID cuts. And that is, you have people like the former U.S. Special Envoy to the country, whose role has been left vacant under the Trump administration, saying that the cuts, they've already come with a body count. But also, I will note, it's not just the U.S. The UK, Germany, Canada, and several other countries have also cut foreign aid over the past year. All while, like, when it comes to this war, it seems like there's just no end in sight. Back in March, you had the RSF withdrawing from Khartoum, the national capital, and there was some hope that it could be a turning point in the war. But then, just a month later, the group declared its own parallel government, stoking fears that the conflict was actually just about to get a whole lot worse. For example, the Horn of Africa director at the International Crisis Group telling the New York Times, the RSF appears to think this move will increase its own legitimacy and leverage, saying more likely it will only make the war even harder to end and Sudan even harder to piece back together. To that point, just last week, you had the RSF and allied groups announcing who would be in charge of their new government and issuing a very nice-sounding statement saying they had renewed their, quote, commitment to building an inclusive homeland in a new secular, democratic, decentralized, and voluntarily unified Sudan founded on principles of freedom, justice, and equality. The thing is there, like the RSF, it has faced allegations including murder, rape, ethnic cleansing, and even genocide. With something to know here being that the origins of the group actually lie in the militias that perpetrated the Darfur genocide in the early 2000s. So that is also the side of the Sudanese government has been accused of war crimes as well. And all of this it's not happening inside of a vacuum, right? All this violence, all this suffering, it's being helped along in part by outside forces, namely foreign nations sending money, weapons, or even people into the country. This has included Sudan's neighbors like Libya and Egypt. It's even included Russia and Ukraine, and most notoriously, it has included the UAE. In the United Arab Emirates specifically has been accused of supplying weapons, drones, and other military assistance to the RSF. And in fact, just this week, Sudan accused the country of sending Colombian mercenaries to fight alongside the RSF. And this has actually been a point of contention here in the US. You see, the US has authorized massive weapon sales to the UAE, and we've actually seen some members of Congress trying to block those sales to protest its role in the war. Though we'll see what happens there, because for so long this conflict has been overshadowed by all the other horrible shit that's been going on in the world. Then finally today, let's end with congratulations and talk about y'all's comments on yesterday's show. Starting with congratulate.
Someone commented on one of my videos recently and said that Chicago has 100,000 active gang members. And I've definitely heard this number before, and immediately I thought, that's cap. But it could be correct. So to get to the bottom of it, I kind of looked into the numbers, and the official number given by CPD, which is around 100,000, will put the number of active gang members in the city higher than all of the soldiers in the Navy and Marine Corps reserves combined. And okay, let's talk about this. So in a bad year, like a
thank you, Phil DeFranco. Thank you,
year,
Trap University,
Chicago
for the extra content from a stream. I'd like to sub to your channel.
And obviously, all of them are not gang related. It's a huge city with unsolved crimes happening in every neighborhood. And I will argue the gang members are probably murdered more than anybody else, but 700 is only 0.7% of 100,000. And since every murder is not gang related, that would mean less than 0.7% of gang members die each year, which is in stark contrast to what most people believe, as there's a common misconception that Chicago is just shooting all day, all night, all over the city. Clearly that's not true. And someone told me I was capping when I said that less than 10% of the city was gang related, since people outside of Chicago would just argue that anyone who lives in the hood is a gang member. But Chicago has a population of 2.7 million. So if there are 100,000 gang members, and this number is correct, that means that only 3% of the city is in gangs. Now take into account what I've said in past videos, that it only takes one psychopath to run up the murder rate in a neighborhood. But 100,000 is still a number that leaves me a bit skeptical, and here's why. Now first off, I'll say that the Chicago police are heavily overworked and probably overstretched. These guys are riding around Chicago with serious PTSD, like you want to see a 1,000-yard stare. Go to Inglewood and look at the first police car that rides past you, and I promise you will get the meanest mug you have ever gotten in your life.
Oh, you. Start running, I'm gonna shoot you. Start running.
Start running, I'll shoot you.
You just, I got you on camera saying you're gonna shoot me.
I remember walking down 68th and Loomis, which is in the heart of what is normally known as a pretty dangerous area, and I have never seen a cop just stare at me while driving, not even looking at the road, bro, just genuinely looking at me like he wanted to kill me. I was just on my way to get some snacks or something from the gas station. I was in high school and it was the summer break. They don't do this in every neighborhood. Like the neighborhood that I'm from, they might be a little aggressive, but the police in Inglewood are different. So to be fair to the Chicago police, I'm gonna look at this from the angle that the number is inflated and that Chicago actually has less gang members than are reported. And I'm gonna look at it from the angle that this 100,000 number is correct and if the number is even higher. The reason I'm a skeptic of this 100,000 number is because, and I'm not sure if they do this in other cities, but obviously my New York people know about stop and frisk. So you can't just own a gun in Chicago, at least without permits. And as a teenager, you definitely can't have one at all. So it's pretty simple. When you live in the hood, if you're walking with 3 or more friends, as you would normally do as a teenager, the police, whether they're uniformed or undercover, will hop out the cars as fast as they can and say, get up against the fucking wall. And they'll just pat you down, and if you have no gun, they'll go on their way. But sometimes they talk and reveal things that you probably wouldn't know. For instance, one of the many times this happened to me, the police asked us if we were associated with whatever the closest clique was to where we got stopped. And obviously we say no. But one time I remember a cop telling us that we were in the gang database as part of a gang that we had no association with. Like the specific clique they told us we were a part of wasn't even our age. It was a group of guys that were a few grades below us and not even people that we had been seen with in public or people that we hung with in private. But since they got our IDs every time they stopped and searched us and we were walking on the block near a known hangout of this certain clique, which is literally just a block, the Chicago police had us all listed as gang members. Just imagine if the FBI actually did their job in the city and brought a RICO against that gang, we would have got picked up too. Like, damn, bro. My mom lives around the corner. I was 17. Where the hell else was I supposed to walk? And ironically, the gang that was our age in that area actually did get picked up on a RICO. And thinking back on this right here just lets me know that the number has to be somewhat inflated. Before the database was shut down, the number of gang members in the database had grown to about 135,000, which means that probably at least 30,000 of those names were actually false. In fact, according to CBS, who covered the shutdown of the database, there were 90 people listed in there that were over 110 years old, so dead people, and some of them were as young as 7. That's crazy. For one, most gang members are teenagers, so you know how to find out who's in a gang? Just look at the social media, bro. It's not like these kids are hiding it. They'll definitely post whatever block they hang out on social media because they're all high school kids, so this is where they spend most of the time anyway. It's not exactly organized crime, and organized crime is clearly too complicated for Chicago because the
this is why I don't
police
social media
so hard that most of them were able to work in city government and control
or
city
not anymore,
assets
anyways.
Like garbage trucks, and not to mention illegal gambling.
Like not for myself. I'll go to theirs
because they
that
realized
I
there was
don't make
nothing
one
they
for
could do
myself.
about it. I had no idea that it wasn't allowed because when I used to walk in bars, underage by the way, there was always a slot machine. Why? Well, because the mob will come in and install a machine for you in return for their piece of the profit, and I've talked about this before in a video. But yeah, the police have a lot on their plate, and people that are not from the city have no idea what statistics coming out of the city even mean because they don't know about the huge grain of salt that it comes with, which is more like a metric ton of salt. And the higher the number of active gang members is, actually reduces the percentage of them that can statistically be murderers. Because again, all it takes is one King Von to ruin a neighborhood. It is very common to have the murder rate of an entire neighborhood to drop after one person dies or goes to jail.
All it
Some
takes is
areas
one
have
King
seriously
Von
been
to ruin a
gentrified after
neighborhood.
one guy died. I'm not even trying to be funny. This is actually what I've personally seen.
It was
And the
funny,
police know this
though.
too. The problem is they
It
don't
was
always
funny.
know who the guy is, and sometimes multiple things end up being pinned on one guy who definitely did it, and the police just let him run free out of confusion,
Poor
even if they
fucking
suspected him.
Chirac.
And the police in Chicago love to troll. Like not too long ago, somebody recorded the police playing music from a rapper named Q50 in the spot where they thought his ops were at. Like, what are y'all on? And them picking you up and dropping you off in a neighborhood they think you at war with, like CJ and San Andreas. That's real. And once again, they don't actually know who all the gang members are, so this also happens to non-affiliated kids as well. And I didn't make this video to point fingers at the police because you can say F the police all you want, but when you get in trouble,
No, you can
there's
only
no
wear
one to
one
keep you at the scene.
microgun.
Just ask anyone in the hood if they ever told the police to go away after they got shot. These guys do a very dangerous job because even outside of the gangs, there are actually lunatics walking around Chicago. Active serial killers, homeless veterans with PTSD that become drug addicts with deadly skills. There are former soldiers from the Balkan Wars here, Albanian mobsters, actual neo-Nazis, and extremist groups from all cultural backgrounds. And that's not even counting the mob. I mean, there was a mob-style hit in 2020 on a guy allegedly associated with the 12th Street Players, which is a mostly Italian and Polish gang, that's still unsolved today. But many people suspect that it was the Chicago outfit that killed him. The Chicago outfit being the same mob that was run by Al Capone 100 years ago. Meaning that all the mob associates in the city are not decrepit old men as some people think. Because I don't think an 81-year-old man was responsible for this. Okay, so now we can try the argument that the Chicago police are right, and there may actually be at least 100,000 gang members, maybe even more. Now, aside from the gangs that have rappers and interviews on social media, we'd have to take into account the guys that move in secret, guys that the database probably wouldn't account for. So, we have areas of the city that have been strongholds for international gangs. Chinatown, it's been a hotspot for criminal enterprises for over 100 years, including major drug trafficking way back, and a little over a decade ago, the boss of a fraud ring was indicted by the FBI after it was discovered that he not only provided more than 7,000 people with fraudulent documents and fake social security numbers, but these fake documents allowed people, most likely from China, to obtain legal identification in Illinois with the help of at least 200 different bribes he paid to employees of the Secretary of State's office. Now, this man, Junyun Zhang, was the boss of a large and well-connected fraud ring that, in true Chicago fashion, had city and state government in their pocket. And aside from underground illegal casinos, I'm sure that some of this is still going on today. And moving on to a little bit further north in the city, according to the 2023 transcript of a case that ended in a mistrial, Gene Casano and Giacomo Gaglione, who are mob associates in Chicago, have been wiretapped by the FBI since 2016 in an attempt to build cases against the Elmwood Park faction of the Chicago mob, as well as the Grand Avenue Street faction. Not only were these guys accused of extorting, loan sharking, and arranging beatings for people who owed them money, but they were also, of course, involved in illegal gambling rings, as well as getting protection donation money from a woman who essentially put together Diddy parties on the West Side. Jessica Nesbitt is a madam, which essentially means that she manages a fleet of prostitutes, and she even had a client list with 9,000 people in it. And this client list included lawyers, police officers, and government employees. But the paperwork also alleges, like I said, that these mob guys are also into several legitimate businesses as well. And the woman, despite being found guilty, was only sentenced to 2 years of probation, and as usual, the client list just didn't matter. And I don't think Big Gino was beating anyone himself, so there has to be younger guys working under him. But of course there are. There's a hierarchy. Now, like I said, his case ended in a mistrial because that's what the mob does. They beat cases. But if you have a crew that claims a street and y'all beat and extort people while sponsoring what is essentially human trafficking, you're a gang. If you have a stronghold in an area where you operate a huge fraud ring, turning smuggled people into U.S. citizens illegally while bribing the authorities, you are a gang. But there's just no way for the Chicago police to keep track of all of this. So what's my verdict? Honestly, counting every single criminal group and organization, the city might be at 100,000 gang members altogether, if not a little more. But it's important to remember that it's not just as cut and dry as some outsiders believe. This number doesn't mean there's 100,000 teenagers in the hood standing around with guns throwing up gang signs. Chicago is way more diverse than many people know. Chicago is the largest Polish city outside of Poland because remember, there are more Polish speakers in Chicago than there are people in Charleston, South Carolina. There's also more Bulgarians in Illinois than any other state. And in the end, the question of whether the police are hiding statistics or if it's just too much to keep track of, my answer is that it's most likely going to be both of them. But thank you guys for watching as always, and thank you for supporting me, man. It really means a lot. We're halfway to 150K subscribers, which is pretty surreal to me. But obviously, it wouldn't be possible without all you
Trap
guys.
University!
And once again, here's your monthly reminder from Trap University to follow your dreams, man. But I'll see you next time.
Fuck yeah, fuck yeah. Okay, guys, I gotta piss, and I'm gonna skip the opening of Force Gaming, but here's, thank you, Trap University, I've liked and subbed to your channel. Thank you, Force Gaming, I've liked and subbed to your channel. This is my honest thoughts on Titan Quest 2.
Hey everyone, so if you hadn't heard the news,
We like Force Gaming on this channel, he's got that attitude, I try and be more like him every day. Middle-aged, calm, dad energy, or whatever, but not really, not confrontational, not angry, chill, you know?
Blue THQ Nordic shadow dropped Titan Quest 2, releasing this brand new hack and slash ARPG set in mythological ancient Greece into Steam's early access. Now right up front, I want to say, get this out of the way, I have really enjoyed this, but also it is very early access. The game doesn't offer even a fraction the amount of content some other big name ARPGs do, like Path of Exile, Diablo, and Last Epoch can each easily keep you entertained for weeks, while Titan Quest 2 has about an afternoon or two's worth of content in it at the moment. Now that said, it's such a solid initial offering, the people don't seem to really mind. The setting, visuals, pacing, gameplay, and buildcraft are all standouts for me personally. Like, I've really enjoyed a lot about this game, and so do most other players apparently, as it's currently sitting at a very positive user rating over on Steam. I just gotta say, I cannot imagine if like Diablo 4 or Path of Exile 2 had launched with 5 to 10 hours of content, their scores would probably be way below even mixed. Like, what's with the discrepancy? Well, I think a lot of that is mostly up to audience expectations. Like, people didn't really expect too much from Titan Quest 2, and what is here is a nice surprise, but that's probably another story for another day. Regardless, yes, Titan Quest 2, it is clearly far from complete, feeling much more like an extended demo than anything else, but for as limited as it is, it's left one hell of an initial impression. I'm excited to see where the game goes from here, and I definitely think it will, even if it isn't quite yet, totally be worth the $30 spent. Alright, let's go ahead and jump into talking about the game. So the game is set in an open world inspired by the tales and stories of ancient Greek mythology. You play as a god-touched being hunted down by the goddess of retribution, Nemesis. The story opens up with you discovering your hidden powers and the goddess quickly attempting to smite you. You fend off some of her disciples along with a host of mythical creatures while moving through the beaches, temples, and landscapes of ancient Greece. Frankly, I gotta say the world and setting has been one of the biggest selling points for me. Like, I just adore this play space. It's really a nice change of pace to the standard setting and theming most other ARPGs ARPGs go with. The whole world, the visuals, it feels a lot more bright and vibrant than what I'm used to in the genre, and I also think the whole thing has like this air of lightness to it that I also appreciate. It's also entirely handcrafted, no procedural generation, and pieced together dungeons and environments. In fact, every inch of the play space was deliberately placed, and with that, they've also put a lot
I'm sorry, hard nope, that's all I need.
It's a man, baby.
I am so sorry. Did you know that Austin Powers is 23 years old?
Yeah, I did.
But I digress. Yes, there is a new MAGA conspiracy theory, and yes, it is...
It's a man, baby.
I am so sorry. Did you know that Austin Powers is 23 years old? Yeah. But I digress. Yes, there is a new MAGA conspiracy theory, and yes, it is insanely dumb.
The initial reaction to your series was, well, that now we know Candace is insane.
But this one is going to be tested in the courts. Now, it is extremely difficult to defame a public figure, let alone the head of state like the President of France, but Candace Owens might have found a way. Yes, after getting kicked out of the Daily Wire for peddling your run-of-the-mill anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, Candace turned it up to 11 with a bold new conspiracy theory. The First Lady of France isn't actually a lady at all. She's secretly a man who stole his sister's identity and is now working undercover to manipulate her husband on behalf of the global cabal of liberal elite pedophiles. And
so you've gone QAnon crazy, essentially. Candace Owens went QAnon crazy.
It's just the beginning.
Now, I don't know who Candace Owens is. Candace Owens. Candace Owens is... Who is Candace Owens? Oh, she's a streamer. Black streamer. Political commentator and...
Shit. These things, they're all dominated. Clean them out and keep an eye out for the more controlling them.
Candace Amber Owens Farmer is an American political commentator and author. Her political positions have mostly been described as far-right or conservative. It's rare to see a black female conservative, but it happens. She has promoted numerous conspiracy theories. Owens has gained recognition for conservative activism despite being initially critical of President Donald Trump and the Republican Party. So she's a right-wing commentator.
Trust me, it gets dumber. And so last week, the First Lady of France, Brigitte Macron, and her husband, French President Emmanuel Macron, fired back by filing a monster 219-page defamation complaint against Owens.
Now, yeah, remember we talked about this. I think this came up on the Philip DeFranco like a week ago or something. So apparently the Candace Owens thinks that the French premier's wife is a man, which... I don't know what to say. I can't say anything without being anti-trans. So I'll go with the whole, you know, I can't, I've got nice things to say, but I can't say anything here without being offensive to somebody. So I'm just going to reserve whatever I was going to say. But I believe, I'm going to tell you what I think. I believe that the French premier's wife is a woman. That's it. I'll leave my opinion out of it, as I fear it would be construed as anti-trans. Even though it's pro-trans. You know, it's like it's anti-trans in the respect that it's pro-trans. I could just ignore the whole trans side of this and be like, I believe that the French premier's wife is a woman. And there you go. I can be done there, can't I? I think. Yeah, I think I could be done right there. I don't have to speak any further. I don't want to besmirch some other streamer that I've never met before. I don't know the French premier's wife, so I don't know. I believe she's a woman if she says she's a woman.
Read the complaint, and oh boy, it's certainly a greatest hits compilation of MAGA's favorite tinfoil hat club talking points. So get your MAGA conspiracy theory bingo cards ready, because we're going to check off a lot of boxes as we analyze the Macron's case against Candace Owens, and what happens when the lines between protected speech and defamation blur. Now, while the United States is a...
Wow, that's actually a really detailed chart. It starts out with the Bidens, then it goes the deep state, then it goes blank is actually a man, then it goes Russian election interference was a hoax, then it goes global cabal of pedophile liberal elites, a suicide is actually murder, vaccines are a poison, government run mind control, JFK assassination, stolen elections, space aliens, false flag, free flag, something, oh, never mind, Manchurian candidate, COVID was deliberately created, microchipping humans, worldwide Jewish conspiracy, the Obamas, climate change is a hoax, immigrants are eating your pets, 9/11 was an inside job, satanic cult, Epstein, Great Replacement, and the Clintons. Now, of all of these, I believe the deep state exists. That's number 2 of the first row of 5. I don't think there's a global cabal of pedophile liberal elites. No, they're not liberal. They're like just elites. I think there's both sides. I guess they're liberals. Some of them, I'm sure. Like maybe P. Diddy was a liberal. I don't know. But I'm sure both sides are liberal or Republican. I don't know. But I don't think they have a cabal. Are they like this organized crime syndicate that works with I'm sure they sell to each other, but I don't think they work with each other. And so to say that there's a cabal of rich pedophiles, no. But is there rich pedophiles like Jeffrey Epstein? Yes. A suicide is actually murder? I mean, I don't know. I guess you could look at it that way. Aren't you kind of murdering yourself? But it's a weird right-wing fucking rabbit hole or whatever. Or dog whistle or whatever. Yeah, anyways, I don't believe in almost any of the... I believe in the JFK assassination being an inside job. I do believe that one. I don't think the election was stolen. I don't believe in space aliens until I meet one. I think I've seen a lot of evidence of space aliens. But until I myself meet one, I stay out of it. And I say, I don't know. Till I myself meet one, what can I say? I can't guarantee that. I had this problem with empirical evidence lately, where you're just supposed to, like for thousands of years, you were supposed to just believe whatever you read in a book. You're supposed to believe whatever some expert says. Sometimes it's helpful. Do you know that that's true until you yourself witness it? You see, I have almost an existential crisis with it. Okay, so they tell you that it sounds like spork when a wet tree falls into the river in the Sudan or I don't know, what's a jungle place, like the Congo or something like that. And you're like, okay, that's what it sounds like, and you accept that. But until you go over there to the fucking Congo and hear a tree fall into the fucking lake, you don't know for sure. That's my problem with Epstein. That's my problem with global cabals of pedophile liberal elites. I can't confirm any of this. I can't confirm JFK was assassinated. I'm sorry, I can confirm he was assassinated. I can't confirm that it was an inside American job. I really don't know. I believe it was an American that did that, if it helps any. Who else would have done it? So there's all these weird ones here on the right-wing rainbow of alt-right. Microchipping humans, I think that does happen. I think there is a conspiracy about the worldwide Jewish elite, but I don't believe in it. I think there's just rich Jewish people. Are they organized? No. In my experience, most of the time, mankind is not organized at all. And you can count on the chaos of one hand not knowing what the other hand... It's almost that Hitler thing about... so Hitler had a style of leading where he wouldn't tell what one side, what the other side was doing, or whatever. And like and this is surprisingly effective, because when one side is scared of the other side and what the other side might know, they do their jobs a lot better. And he abused this. It's a form of right-wing abuse. It's like right-wing authoritarian abuse, is to not let one side know what the other side is doing. And then also to the leader never ever really confirms whether what you did was good or bad or not. They just let you move on to the next thing if it was good. And stuff like this. And so I think, it's weird. I think these conspiracies exist, and I sometimes believe in them, like 9/11 being an inside job. I believe in that one. I believe humans are microchipped. I know they are. But I don't think they're microchipped against their will. Climate change is a hoax. I absolutely fucking disagree with. I've seen myself with my own goddamn eyes the dead coral reefs. At Hawaii. I've seen the dead coral reefs in Hawaii, and when I know that climate change is not a hoax, I know it's not a hoax. Immigrants are eating your pets. It's just insane. Satanic cults. Yeah, I do believe there is a big crew of people that do run the Freemasons that do believe in a Luciferian doctrine, because I have seen them do it. Not particularly because I want to. It's a lot easier when you don't believe these things exist, because then maybe they just go away. How do you kill a god? You just don't believe in it, right? And I just don't believe in a lot of these. I don't believe in giving them credit anyways. They say the Clinton family is a crime family. But my problem is I believe they lived in the public's eye all of their lives. So yeah, maybe they killed some people or something. I don't know. But they must have clandestinely did that at like 1:30 in the morning or something like that television show House of Cards, because the Clintons that the public knew were in the public's eye, I think pretty much since the age of like 21 or something like that. They were in the public's eye all of their lives. They both held public office or some form of that all of their lives. So every day except for the weekends. So I guess, yeah, on the weekends, the Clintons could have been criminals, I guess. But I don't want to believe that, because their 8 years are over successfully. I mean, their 8 years were successful, short of the blowjob and the conspiracy, or not the conspiracy, but the whole blowjob controversy. Short of that, the 8 years was just the 8 years. There were some fuck-ups like Kosovo. He repealed the Glass-Steagall Act. There's things that he did that sucked. But I mean, was it a bad 8 years? I don't really think so. I don't think Obama's years were very bad either. But there was the bank crisis, which I think they're complicit with. Which is why there's this tile here that says the Obamas. So yeah, I do kind of have like a bank crisis inside job view of the bank crisis thing. Because I've seen enough documentaries that accuse the fucking deep state and, the government of doing the bank crisis, like bailing the banks out without asking the public first. That's absolutely what they did. They bailed out the fucking banks without the public's, grace, without our permission. And Obama did do that. Which is why they have the Obama Square right here. Now, do I hate Obama? Do I fear Obama? No. Because the 8 years are over and nothing bad happened. Really? I mean, by nothing bad, I mean like, yeah. You could say that the Democrats wanted the war in Afghanistan to continue for 23 years, or it would have ended immediately. So yeah, Joe got us out of Afghanistan after 23 years of that forever war. But one of the reasons the Obamas are on this list is they do back these forever wars, and so does every other Democrat.
Going to check off a lot of boxes as we...
Now, Joe Biden got us out of Afghanistan. And I don't say that to glaze him, it's just the goddamn truth. He finally got us out of goddamn Afghanistan. I lived it, the whole thing, from 9/11 all the way through to when we left Afghanistan, Kandahar and all that. I lived the whole fucking thing, and Joe Biden was the one that got the credit. It falls on Obama because it was like, or I don't know, really. It was like Obama and then Joe. I'm sure Trump was part of it too. But I mean, like, you know, but it was like a group effort. But Joe's the one that gets the credit for getting us out of Afghanistan. Three presidents tried.
Analyze the Macron's case.
So in the first square on the whole box is the Bidens. The first square is the Bidens. That's the ones they hate the most. But if you're just a feckless American like me that just got high the last like 25 years and tried to do music and play video games and stuff like this, like I'm doing right now, right? Just try to do this shit. You look at Joe as just this feckless old man who was asleep at the switch, obviously, or he wouldn't have bombed out of the office. But I mean, like, you know, but he was the guy who got us out of Afghanistan. He didn't start another war, which is a lot. Most of them start wars. Bush started wars. Nixon started wars. Like, you know, like a bunch of them start wars. But, you know, they hate the Bidens, but I mean, I weigh my presidents by how many wars they get us in, you know?
Candace Owens, and what happens when the lines between protected speech and defamation blur. Now, while the United States is a net importer of goods, one of its greatest exports is conspiracy theories. But the Brigitte Macron is a man claim actually started...
Yeah, these are hot topic issues, hot button issues that, like, at the age of, like, 45 some odd or whatever, I just don't care about anymore. I have enough of my non-conspiracy problems. Like, a bunch of my friends are fucking dead, and like a bunch of my friends are facing problems that I can't fix, and like my family's gone, and you know, and I've got enough personal problems where I just don't give a flying fuck if aliens exist. I don't give a flying fuck if JFK was murdered. I know it's sick and sad and fucked up and kind of isolationist and sort of cold and whatever, but I do feel that way, that like, I don't care that a bunch of this stuff happened. I don't think it served my life better if any of that stuff happened or didn't happen. So it's easy to ignore it. I used to care a lot more when I was a kid, you know? It's hard. So many of my friends really subscribe to a lot of these things.
Like the U.S., France has a group of extreme right-wing anti-government conspiracy theorists.
Every country's got that.
Ideas online. And the post-COVID era of political distrust created even more fertile grounds for those conspiracy theories. And Brigitte Macron and her husband have often been the subject of salacious media stories. Because when they met, and this is not a conspiracy theory, this is actual real life, Emmanuel was a 15-year-old student, and Brigitte, his drama teacher, was married with 3 children, the oldest of whom was older than Emmanuel. He told Brigitte he would return to marry her when he left for school in Paris at the age of 17. And years later, she divorced her first husband and married him.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate it. The place looks wonderful. Thank you. You have a good day. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'll see you.
I'm here if you guys need anything, if anything comes up.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, good to see you.
On its own. But conspiracy theorists led by Nacha Ray, an essential oil saleswoman who claims to be an independent journalist, turn this legitimately...
You know, it's getting sort of late. It's 2:17, and I'm going to pause for just 90 seconds here because I wish to start cooking some sausage, but I didn't want to do that while my vegan friend was around, you know? So I'll be right back. But I would like to cook some sausage and some cauliflower nochi. Cauliflower nochi today will be good. Or I don't know, I have casio e pepe nochi. Let's see. Cauliflower nochi. I guess, yeah, I can combine all of this, I believe, which is good. So let's cook the sausage. Just slice it up. Now. Chop, chop. Sometimes you have to chop. 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 Ah! Chop. fry this sausage on some olive oil and cheese. Olive oil and cheese. Olive oil and cheese. Parmesan cheese with some olive oil. Olive oil. Let's see. Ooh, the place looks so good. Now, olive oil and cheese. Olive oil and cheese. I'm gonna fry some cheese on this sausage. Yeah, seems good. Oops, yes. There we go. That. Go. So, what's your deal? Maybe I have to light it. Oh, maybe that's unsafe. I don't want that to break. I'll be right back. Oh. Oh, my back is out. Oh. Okay.
Scandalous backstory into wild fiction about Brigitte secretly being a man named Jean-Michel who stole his sister's identity. And in December 2021, Ray did a YouTube interview with Amandine Roy, a self-professed spiritual medium, and they speculated with no evidence at all that Brigitte Macron is really a man whose name is Jean-Michel Troneau. Now, within hours, that interview spawned a trending hashtag and got 500,000 views. Brigitte Macron and her brother, the real Jean-Michel Troneau, fought back with a defamation lawsuit against Ray and Roy. A Paris court found the two women guilty and ordered them to pay damages, but the French appeals court later acquitted them on the grounds that their statements didn't meet the French legal standard for defamation. Brigitte Macron and her brother have appealed that finding to France's highest court. Now, those first defamation cases, though, did nothing to stop the rampant conspiracy theories about Brigitte. Far-right French writer Xavier Possard and others worked to make this fringe theory a worldwide phenomenon. And when Candace Owens heard about it, she was happy to help. Now, Owens is a darling of the far-right. She previously worked as the communications director at Turning Point USA, an organization that advocates for conservative ideas in high schools and colleges. And for a while, she was at the Daily Wire, but when she started peddling anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, that didn't go over too well with the company's founder, Ben Shapiro. Now, according to the Macrons' lawsuit, Owens was the first person to popularize this conspiracy theory in the United States, proclaiming that it was, quote, the biggest political scandal in human history. Now, Owens claimed she learned about the conspiracy theory from an article in a conservative newspaper, the Daily Mail. Ironically, that article was meant to debunk the theory, not to support it. But facts be damned, Owens apparently decided to go all in. She declared on Twitter that she would, quote, stake her entire professional reputation on the fact that Brigitte Macron is in fact a man. And she might get her wish. Now, the secretly a man conspiracy theory is surprisingly popular in the MAGAverse. There's even a name for it. Transvestigation. People currently under transvestigation include Michelle Obama, former New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern, Taylor Swift, Lady Gaga, and Serena Williams, giving more fodder to the theory that when they ask what is a woman, they actually have no idea and are just curious. And so after her departure from the Daily Wire, Owens launched her own podcast called Candace and ran with the Brigitte Macron is a man as the fledgling podcast's central focus. Now, throughout the summer of 2024, Owens repeated her claims about Brigitte Macron. She sold t-shirts with a picture of Brigitte as Time Magazine's Man of the Year. She announced that the Macrons are part of a, quote, very small group of elite oligarchs who routinely practice homosexuality and pedophilia, believe in Baphomet, and worship a transgender deity.
I hate the phrase global elite because it sounds so spooky or whatever.
And she cross-pollinated the Macron-related conspiracy theories with Alex Jones. In August of 2024, Owens invited Xavier Poussard onto her podcast, where Poussard, who had worked for years to promote the Brigitte is a man conspiracy theory in France, helped Candace really flesh out the nuances of the larger conspiracy. They agreed that the Macrons were perpetrating a fraud regarding Brigitte's identity, and that Emmanuel Macron is being controlled by Brigitte or possibly some larger cabal. They went further and pointed out the close resemblance between Emmanuel Macron and Brigitte's nephew, and implied that the resemblance proves that Brigitte is secretly blood related to Emmanuel, and thus their relationship is also incestuous. Now, when YouTube removed this video for violating its content policies, Candace doubled down, claiming that this was just part of the media conspiracy to cover up pedophilia. So in December of 2024, the Macrons sent Owens a detailed retraction letter filled with evidence debunking Owens' claims.
We missed the letter because they sent it to an inbox that we would have never been checking. It was very
check
weird
out my
inbox,
lunch.
where you would go to return a T-shirt, and because we missed that.
Yeah, and reading between the lines here, I'm guessing that they sent it to her registered agent for service of process. And yeah, that's definitely something that you should be checking, and it doesn't bode well that you're not attentive to these kinds of things. And the letter included Brigitte's birth announcement, as well as a bunch of pictures of her as a young girl, a picture of her married to her first husband, and what should have been the coup de grace to the conspiracy theory that Brigitte is secretly a man, a reminder that Brigitte had birthed 3 children during her first marriage.
You don't have any photos of yourself for 30 years of your life.
But instead of backing down in the face of evidence, Owens decided to create an 8-part series on her podcast exposing all of the Macrons' nefarious lies. But if you find yourself looking down the barrel of a MAGA conspiracy, you might want to remove your online data lest you get doxxed by Candace Owens and the like. Because data brokers vacuum up your personal data from all corners of the internet, and they sell it to anyone who wants to buy it. But you can fight back and take control of your personal data by signing up for today's sponsor, Incogni. Because Incogni removes your personal data from online data brokers by searching the internet, reaching out directly on your behalf, and forcing them to take your personal info down. If the data brokers resist, Incogni will take care of that too, because Incogni fights back. These data brokers are the reason why in the US you can search your name and find a bunch of websites that will give anyone your home address, phone number, and extensive history. It's shocking just how easy it is to find all this information. It might also be why you're getting so many spam calls lately or even had your identity stolen. Now, I've been using Incogni for years, and in that time you can see I've been on hundreds of lists, some of which had a high sensitivity score, meaning the broker had tons of data on me. Luckily, Incogni has completed hundreds of takedowns for me over the years, and I could never do this myself, so thank you to Incogni for weeks of work in adding me to over 40 suppression lists. And Incogni will continue to conduct ongoing removals, because even if the broker removes your data once, they can collect it and publish it again. So if online privacy is important to you, give Incogni a try. If you click on the link on screen or down below, you can try Incogni risk-free for 30 days with a 60% off discount, and get a full refund if you're not into it. And if you do decide to keep it, you'll still get the exclusive 60% off discount, so long as you use my link or the code LegalEagle, all one word, at checkout. So sign up for Incogni, or I'll see you in court. Now, over the course of these 8 episodes, Candace really built out the full mythology of her conspiracy theories about the Macrons. Now, in Delaware, where the Macrons eventually filed their defamation lawsuit, defamation typically has 4 elements. First, the defendant made a defamatory statement. Second, the statement concerned the plaintiff. Third, the statement was published. And fourth, a third party would understand the character of the communication as defamatory. Now, while there are exceptions, for a statement to be defamatory, it generally needs to be a verifiable statement of fact, as opposed to an unverifiable opinion. And there are a lot of potentially defamatory statements of fact in Owens's conspiracy theory. Because according to this conspiracy theory, Brigitte Macron is actually Jean-Michel Trudeau, and she's a blood relation of Emmanuel Macron. At some point after his gender transition, Jean-Michel stole his sister's identity and began living as Brigitte. Jean-Michel, as 40-year-old Brigitte, then seduced 14-year-old Emmanuel Macron. She apparently seduced Emmanuel because she was grooming him on behalf of a global cabal of pedophile elites who wanted a Manchurian candidate they could control. These elites included the powerful Jewish Rothschild family, who also, according to Owens, practice incest and have a close connection to Emmanuel Macron.
They said that it was just very clear that the hand of Rothschild was on him.
But according to Owens, Brigitte didn't just use seduction to control Emmanuel. She also apparently used mind control, possibly in the form of psychedelics like the US government's experimental MK-Ultra program. MK-Ultra, by the way, was a real program by the United States Central Intelligence Agency. They experimented on unsuspecting victims, giving them doses of hallucinogens without their consent and subjecting them to various forms of attempted mind control. In the real world, this program officially ended in 1973. In conspiracy land, it is ongoing and has been used to control puppet leaders of supposedly democratic countries like France.
He is, to me, like a Zelensky. He's totally powerless. There's somebody in the shadows telling him what to do.
But according to Owens, Emmanuel Macron isn't the only leader under the influence of MKUltra. As Owens argued in episode 5 of her 8-part series, quote, there are too many similarities between the upbringing of Emmanuel Macron and as we talked about the upbringing of Kamala Harris, the upbringing of Barack Obama, these people being raised by their grandparents at a time when we know that the MKUltra program was running and there is something very, very wrong there. Owens also claimed that when so-called journalists began investigating the Macrons and various deeds, the Macrons had been killed. As evidence of this, Owens cited the suicide of Barack Obama. In February of 2025, on July 1st, 2025,
Sure,
sent Owens 2 more retraction demand letters. And the lawyer actually had to write the following sentence, quote, Mrs. Macron has always been a woman. She is not President Macron's blood relative, and President Macron was not involved in a mind control program. Owens responded publicly by declaring that, quote, we are not getting in line. We've said, file your lawsuits, my friend. So a few weeks later, the Macrons took her up on that invitation. On July 23rd, 2025, the Macrons filed a 290-page complaint against Owens and businesses in February. The Macrons alleged 22 counts of defamation and false liability to Owens'
Delaware.
Now, why Delaware, you might ask? Well, Owens claimed it's because Biden's control the Delaware courts, but it's more likely that the Macrons filed there because both of Candace's businesses are organized under Delaware state law. This gives the state courts jurisdiction over Candace and her businesses. The statute of limitations for defamation in Delaware is 2 years, which allows the Macrons to pull in all of Owens' statements about Brigitte, including several things Candace said before she left the Daily Wire. Now, to prove the first element of Delaware defamation law, the Macrons will have to show that Owens' statements were defamatory. To determine this, Delaware courts must consider first whether alleged defamatory statements are expressions of fact or protected expressions of opinion, and second, whether the challenged statements are capable of a defamatory meaning. To determine if a statement is defamatory, a judge will look at both the words and the context in which they're published. Now, Candace Owens will have a hard time claiming that her words were mere opinion, especially when she says things like, quote, I would stake my entire professional reputation on the fact that Brigitte Macron is in fact a man. Now, Owens isn't claiming to be professing an opinion, and she's claiming that it's a fact that Brigitte Macron is a man. Now, while being a man or being transgender does not necessarily carry negative connotations sufficient to qualify as defamatory, the context in which Candace Owens made these statements matters. Owens claimed that in order to falsely assume a female identity, Brigitte had stolen someone else's identity and that she was perpetrating a fraud on the French people. That certainly seems to have the implication of dishonesty and perhaps even criminality that would qualify as defamation. Now, the Macrons also argued that it was defamatory when Owens exaggerated the age gap, arguing that Owens, quote, lied about the age difference between the Macrons, claiming that Emmanuel was 14 and that Brigitte was 40 when they met. Now, those numbers are maybe not as far off as we would like them to be, but they are wrong. And according to the Macrons' own public statements, he was 15 and she was 39 when they met and potentially became romantically involved. And the question of whether he was 14 or 15 would be legally relevant under France's current law, which sets the age of consent at 15. But the law was only put in place in 2021. Before 2021, an adult could have relations with a 14-year-old, and as long as there was no physical force or threat, it wasn't legally considered statutory rape. It was a lesser charge. Under the older French law, though, even if Emmanuel was 15, any sexual relationship with Brigitte would still have been illegal under a lesser charge. That's because, as a teacher, she was in a position of authority over him, and when a person is in a position of authority, the age of consent is higher. But it's a little strange that the Macrons carved out some space in the complaint to single out this single factual dispute, because whether he was 14 or 15 probably wouldn't matter to the reasonable observer, and likely doesn't matter legally here in the United States. It just calls more attention to the legitimately scandalous beginning of their relationship. Now, the second element seems pretty straightforward, that the statements were about the plaintiffs. Here, Candace helpfully named her podcast series Becoming Brigitte, and she name checks the Macrons whenever possible. To establish the third element of defamation in Delaware, the Macrons need to show that the defamatory language was published to a third party. This is why several paragraphs of the complaint detail how big Owens' audience is and how many platforms carried her series about the Macrons. Candace wasn't just writing mean things about the Macrons in her personal journal, she was working hard to publicize her defamatory statements to an audience of millions. She even went on other people's shows and podcasts to expand her reach. And her strategy worked. Even Joe Rogan, one of the most listened to and most credulous podcasters in the world, discussed Owens' claims and said that he believed them.
He got a 6-hour presentation on how Bridget Macron's a man. I mean, it's fucking 6 hours plus long.
I don't know if she's even kind of right about that.
I think she's right.
But she's got a lot of shit to say on it.
Bro, she would be getting sued right now instead of they're trying to bribe her. instead of trying to give her money to shut the fuck up,
Yeah.
they would sue her.
Yeah. Nope, you're probably right about that.
So here,
Airbnb, you
Owens
gotta shut my
clearly
lunch.
shared her defamatory statements with not only a third party, but a huge audience. Which leaves the fourth element. The Macrons will need to prove that a third party would understand the character of the communication as defamatory. Now, this doesn't mean that they have to prove that Owens herself would have to understand that her statements were defamatory. Owens can't escape liability just by claiming, for instance, that she thought her words were just opinions, or that she believed that they were true, or she doesn't think that it's a bad thing. But she might try the tactic that Alex Jones tried in one of his defamation trials, claiming that no reasonable person would actually believe that she was being serious when she said those things. But under Delaware law, it's unlikely to work because it doesn't matter if she thought that the statements were defamatory, it matters if an average third party would. In Delaware, a plaintiff must only prove that a neutral third party would understand the nature of the statements as defamatory. And it seems pretty likely that most reasonable people would recognize that accusing someone of murdering journalists and being part of a global cabal of mind-controlling incestuous pedophiles who kill their sisters and take over their bodies as pretty defamatory. But the Macrons shouldn't break out the French champagne yet. Even if they can prove these four elements, they've got an uphill legal battle in front of them. Now, as we've talked about many times on this channel, the U.S. law has to balance free speech with, defamation law. So courts in the United States have set a high standard for defamation, particularly when the derogatory comments are directed at public figures. So in Delaware, when the plaintiff is a public figure, they have to show two additional elements: that the statement is false and that the defendant made the statement with actual malice. Now, these extra elements are required because of the landmark Supreme Court case of New York Times versus Sullivan. In 1960, the Times ran an advertisement criticizing the Montgomery, Alabama police for their treatment of civil rights protesters, including Martin Luther King Jr. The ad contained several minor factual inaccuracies, including how many times King had been arrested during the protests and what song the protesters had sung. Based on those inaccuracies, Montgomery County Police Commissioner L.B. Sullivan sued the Times, claiming defamation. Now, after two lower courts ruled against the Times, the Supreme Court stepped in. The Supreme Court ruled unanimously in favor of the Times. The court held that the definition of defamation has to be narrow because the, quote, profound national commitment...
Yes, hold on just a sec.
attacks on government and public officials, it still needs to be protected. To ensure that speech was adequately protected, the court created the requirement that if a public official wants to claim defamation, they have to show actual malice. Now, in defamation law, as we've talked about many times before, malice doesn't mean malicious intent. It means that the defendant had knowledge of the falsity of the claim or acted in gross recklessness. In Kurdish Publishing Co. versus Butts and other later cases, the Supreme Court expanded the high bar for defamation claims to all public figures, not just public officials. This includes celebrities, prominent people, or anyone who knowingly inserts themselves into a public controversy. So an ordinary person can even be a limited purpose public figure if they voluntarily inject themselves or are drawn into a particular public controversy. But when someone is classified as a public figure, it becomes much more difficult for them to win the defamation case. Now, Emmanuel Macron, as president of France, is certainly a public official and a public figure. And while a court might not consider all family members of politicians to be public figures per se, Brigitte's actions would likely qualify her as a public figure. And courts will often look at whether a person has given public interviews or otherwise put themselves in the public eye. One Delaware court in Martin versus Widener School of Law, for instance, found that a law student who voluntarily did an interview with a newspaper about his dispute with his law school had made himself a limited purpose public figure related to that dispute. Now, Brigitte is often by her husband's side at public and political events, and according to the Macron's complaint, quote, Mrs. Macron.
Percival, you see any better option?
Not from where I'm standing.
Macron joined her husband on the campaign.
Access unlocked. We may proceed.
Oh, I don't think I looted anything.
Trail acting as a central figure and key advisor to his campaign.
Let's check out my
also
lunch.
Acknowledges that, quote, Mrs. Macron represents France in diplomatic settings, supports charitable causes, and engages in initiatives related to education, health, disability, and child protection. So, as a public figure, she's going to have to demonstrate that Candace Owens acted with actual malice.
Obviously, if you're going to prove actual malice, you have to present to the court, which is it's obviously a very high bar that's been set, which I don't necessarily even agree with that bar, by the way. New York Times versus Sullivan set, but obviously you have to prove that I acted, and I knew the truth, and I acted.
That's exactly right.
And under Delaware law, that means the Macrons will have to show that Owens either knew her claims were untrue or that she acted with gross recklessness. And recklessness is part of that standard to prevent someone from being able to defeat a defamation claim by just sticking their head in the sand and ignoring all of the contrary evidence, which is probably one of the reasons that the Macrons sent 3 letters explicitly debunking her claims. And in the complaint, the Macrons recount the contents of those letters, which include written statements debunking Owens' claims, as well as evidence like pictures of Brigitte as a child, Brigitte's birth announcement, and photos of her first wedding, demonstrating that she is, and always has been, female. And the Macrons also reference the numerous times that Owens ignored contrary evidence as she peddled her conspiracy theories. This could help demonstrate that even if Owens truly believed that her claims were accurate, she's still acting with gross recklessness by disregarding all of the evidence to the contrary. There's still the question, though, of who will have the burden of demonstrating whether Owens' claims were true or false. Truth is a widely accepted defense to any defamation claim, and something is true, it cannot, generally speaking, by legal definition, be defamatory. Now, traditionally, the defendant has had the burden of proving that their statements were actually true, but after New York Times versus Sullivan, courts began to reconsider who should carry the burden when the plaintiff is a public figure and the defendant is a member of the media. In Philadelphia Newspapers versus Hepps, the Supreme Court considered the case of Maurice Hepps, the owner of a chain of stores. The Philadelphia Inquirer had published a series of articles linking the stores and Hepps to organized crime and accusing Hepps of using his organized crime connections to influence the legislature. Hepps sued for defamation. Now, at the time, Pennsylvania state law put the burden on the newspapers to demonstrate that his claims were true. The Supreme Court declared that this burden was an unconstitutional infringement on free speech and instead placed the burden on Hepps. The court concluded that, quote, to ensure that true speech on matters of public concern is not deterred, we hold that the common law presumption that defamatory speech is false cannot stand when a plaintiff seeks damages against a media defendant for speech of public concern. And the case turned partly on the fact that the defendant was a member of the media, which raises the interesting question, Is Candace Owens a member of the media? Is this a matter of public concern? Owens holds herself out as an independent journalist, even claiming that the Marcones lawsuit is, quote, a foreign government attacking the First Amendment rights of an American independent journalist. Though plaintiffs seem to be teeing up the argument that Owens actually isn't a journalist. In their complaint, they argue that Owens was, quote, motivated by personal animus rather than any legitimate journalistic practice, and say that, quote, Owens labels herself as an independent investigative journalist while routinely peddling misinformation under the guise of legitimate reporting. So if the Macrons can get the court to agree that Owens isn't actually a member of the media, they might be able to shift the onus back to Owens so that she would have to prove the truth of her statements. Now that would be a novel and interesting legal argument that would increase the chances of their prevailing, and at the minimum make it more expensive for Owens. But it's likely that if the court accepts that Owens is in fact a member of the media, as opposed to just a conspiracy theorist and opportunist.
Go up there and check the barbecue. this. Okay. Okay, I have my lunch, which is skillet cauliflower gnocchi with some Parmesan. It was like, and some sausage. Yeah, I had some sausage, and it's like maybe $5.
The onus would be on the Macrons to prove that Owens' statements were false, which is probably why the Macrons spent about 100 pages of their 219-page complaint laying out what Candace's claims were and why they're demonstrably false.
Yeah,
Though either
so
way, Candace
good.
Owens is already using this as an opportunity to fundraise.
Will Wallace writes, I'm also a sponsor. I'm going to sponsor you right into winning this case. We have to let the world know not to mess with Americans, especially our women and children. Thank you, guys. And we have seen this just definitely an uptick in donations.
And frankly, I would love to find out who's representing her in this suit, because she is doing everything you don't want a client to do, starting with doing a 2-hour interview with Tucker Carlson. In the relevant portion of this interview, she says that she's not going to dismiss this suit, or not going to even try to dismiss this suit, to try to get discovery against the Macrons.
So you're not going to try to have the case dismissed?
I certainly do not want to have the case dismissed.
Amazing.
Yeah,
I've
and
never
so
heard that
we're having
before.
we're having these
Hey,
discussions.
guys, I just want to linger on this for a moment, having been around a lot of lawsuits. I've never heard anybody sued, particularly they're spending a lot of money on this because Tom Clare and his wife have big expenses, and I think they charge a lot. I've never heard anybody say, I don't want a well-funded case against me to be dismissed.
And that's one of those things that you say that's like, I'm going to take this all the way to the Supreme Court. Sure, I appreciate your gusto, but it's easy to say that at the beginning of the litigation, but when the bills start coming in, everyone has it.
she committed career suicide.
Now, maybe the worst kind of client is the one that does their own research and comes to the wrong conclusion, but maybe the second worst kind of client is the one that has no idea, but assumes things are the other way. And Candace appears to be one of those people. She didn't know that any of this stuff is possible, but's finding out in real time.
I didn't even know how we could sue, actually. I thought that you could only sue in a country. I just am learning with everybody else.
It's amazing.
How this is going to work.
Yeah, this kind of thing has totally happened before. There are all kinds of examples of people who are foreign citizens who have sued for defamation in the United States because, you know, that's where the defamation happened. And there have been some pretty big payouts, including relatively recently an $8 million payout in Washington, D.C. There was a case called Chandler versus Berlin, where a man from New Zealand sued in the United States over publications that happened in the UK. That ultimately led to the second largest defamation verdict in Washington, D.C. history. Yeah, the courts in the United States are perfectly capable of dealing with citizens from other countries. Owen seems baffled that anyone would file suit in Delaware.
Because they did file in Delaware, and it is a place where we know that the courts are corrupt, but this would be a kind of precedent that would be, I think, almost even too crazy for Delaware.
Well, yeah. That's where her companies are domiciled. It is a totally normal thing to sue a defendant where they are located. And guess what? It's totally normal in the United States to file your articles of incorporation in Delaware. And on top of it, I don't think Owens has a good grasp of how civil procedure works.
She's going to go to debtor's prison.
She talks about asking an attorney or defendants questions in a deposition of herself.
Do you want that to be your legacy? I ask him that genuinely. Like, I hope that we do get to court and I get to ask him that face to face. Maybe he's deposing me.
Do you want that to be your legacy? Do you want this to be your legacy, getting sued for $1 billion?
Get to ask him, like, is the money worth it?
That's not how depositions work. When you're being deposed, you're the one that's going to have to answer all of the questions.
She's
and you can
idiot.
try to ask questions of other people, but
Career
you're not going to get a
suicide.
response. And of course, she says she doesn't care about the money and that she has truth on her side.
You're talking about sitting president of another country, coming in and saying, I'm going to sue you for telling the truth.
I am skeptical that she has the truth on her side. Extremely, extremely skeptical. But it's very easy to say that you don't care about money, you know, until the lawyers' bills start pouring in. And ultimately, if there's a multi-million-dollar verdict against you, I think you're going to start caring about the money at that point. And look, this is not going to be the easiest case for the Macrons to win, but Candace Owens seems to be doing absolutely everything that she can between publicizing the allegations, between giving interviews post-lawsuit, and making every kind of incriminating statement you could possibly make in the context of a defamation suit. She's doing everything that she possibly can to give this to the Macrons. But there's always this Streisand effect. So far, it seems like the Macrons' lawsuit has backfired, making them and the conspiracies about them even more of a topic of conversation. And
Which is
Owen
what you're
certainly
doing.
hasn't stopped talking about it. She's already posted
Legal.
several more hours of videos and podcasts doubling down on all of her conspiracy theories about the Macrons and even expanding the mythology a little bit more.
What's going on in France? Brigitte Macron Emmanuel suing Candace Owens because she's getting close to finding out what exactly. Perhaps that all of it's really connected. Epstein, Brigitte, Ghislaine. Suddenly the world seems to be dialed into that fact, and things are reaching a bit of a fever pitch.
And there it is! Bingo! Congratulations, and I'm sorry for playing MAGA bingo. Now, if you're the subject of MAGA bingo and a defamatory MAGA conspiracy, you're going to want a good lawyer. Speaking of which, here's the founder and head partner of a great personal injury law firm. Now, after I started this channel, every week I'd get hundreds of comments and emails from viewers who are dealing with legal problems. And they'd ask, can you help me find a lawyer? How do I know if this attorney is any good? And there's a massive gap in our justice system. It's that people don't know how to find the right lawyer for their specific situation. They're scared, they're overwhelmed, and they end up doing nothing or hiring the first attorney who calls them back. And that really bothered me. So I started to wonder, what if there was a different way? What if we could build a law firm that actually lived up to the values that I talk about on this channel? Transparency, accessibility, and putting clients first instead of chasing billable hours. A firm where you don't need to pay anything up front and your lawyers only get paid if you do, to maximize your opportunity for justice. So a few years ago, I decided to fix that problem. I decided to start my own personal injury law firm. And honestly, it wasn't an easy choice. But I realized I was in this unique position. I had this platform, this community, and the experience. Not to get rich, trust me, there are easier ways to make money than starting a law practice. But we did it because access to justice shouldn't be a luxury. Because finding the right legal representation shouldn't feel like playing Russian roulette with your future. And when you work with my firm, you're not just getting a lawyer. You're getting a team that understands that behind every case is a real person with real stakes. If we can't represent you, or you're in a state where we don't practice, we'll take the time to try to match you with an attorney in my personal network of lawyers. A national network of some of the best lawyers in the country who actually specialize in what you're going through, located right where you are, not just whoever happens to be available. So if you're dealing with a personal injury, a car crash, a data breach, sexual harassment, a social security or workers' comp issue, give us a call at the number on screen or click on the link below. Now, I can't represent everyone that watches this channel. I wish I could, but what I can do is make sure that when you need legal help, you have somewhere to turn to that you can trust. So whether it's me handling your case or the incredible attorneys we partnered with, you'll get the same principles of honesty and education that we bring to every video. And if you're dealing with a legal issue and you're not sure where to start, check out the link in the description. Let's have a conversation about how we can help you find not just a lawyer, but the right lawyer for your situation. Because at the end of the day, that's what this is all about, making sure that when life gets complicated, you don't have to face it alone. Which is why when you need a lawyer, you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle team.
I'm getting freaked out about how elections work in America, and it is, I think it's safe to say, because of fraud. Elections fraud. Which, as I say that, you will probably think I mean voter fraud, but in fact, no. I, in this case, am a conspiracy theorist, in that I have a theory of how a conspiracy is going on, except it's not really so much what we would colloquially call a theory, because it's just happening right in front of our faces in a totally legal way. I don't think the voting machines are rigged. I don't think the ballots are fake. I think the people in power are legally doing fraud. And yes, fraud can be legal. It often is. Now, I am aware that fraud is technically defined as a crime, but I think that the thing that gets defined as the crime of fraud before it is made illegal is both legal and still that kind of fraud. Enough people did insider trading or real estate fraud that we had to pass laws that made those things into illegal fraud. Anyway, there is blatant, above board, in our face fraud happening right now in America that is designed to be anti-democratic, anti-American, designed to make people's votes not matter in a way that makes life worse for everyone. But we ignore it because it's normal and boring and not new. It's just getting worse than it ever has been before. And I said that no one benefits from this fraud, and I actually do kind of believe that. But there's one very small group of people who benefit from this fraud, and they are the ones who make the laws. And so it is very hard for them to pass a law, though they easily could, to make this fraud not happen anymore. I think that the only places in America where there have been laws passed that make this kind of fraud go away, which has happened, it has been been done not by legislators, but by citizens voting on ballot measures that the legislature then has to enforce, even though they didn't want it to happen. You just always have to follow incentives, which pisses me off because the people who run for office should care about democracy more than they care about having an easy election next time, but that's not how it is. And this is not a one-party problem. It's a story of how powerful people operating completely within the law have shaped our democratic systems to make them less democratic. And if you care about democracy, not the word democracy, which seems to be how things often go, but actually the idea that people should choose their leaders, you should be furious about this, which I am, even though it's boring. So let's start with getting our terms straight real quick. Voter fraud is when individual people try to cheat, double vote, impersonate someone else, fake their registration. This is incredibly rare, and it is fraud both because it's fraudulent and because it is illegal. It is so rare that when it happens, it usually makes the news, but also most elections are not close enough that individual instances of voter fraud could make a difference. However, it is a thing that we focus on relentlessly, especially in the right-wing media. Which brings me, by the way, to this video sponsor. This video is brought to you by Ground News, a news comparison platform that helps you see how stories are being covered across the political spectrum. Ground News is the kind of thing you could do if you had infinite time, but it just does it all for you. It gathers related news from around the world and shows you who's reporting what and who's not reporting what, and also how they're framing it in a way that, get this, doesn't break the business model of news. So people will keep doing it, which is good. Right now, sitting at the top, Texas Democrats leave state and bid to stop new congressional map. Yeah, that's what this video is about. You can see a little summary of the story here. You can see how the left is covering it and how the right is covering it. And then you can go over here and actually open up the stories from the different organizations. And I can check this out. I can see that it's being covered more by the left than the right. But interestingly, it isn't being covered by organizations that are super on the left. That's an interesting phenomenon. I could check out the AP article, but I can also check out a Breitbart article if I want to see how they're doing it. Breitbart's take is Governor Abbott to Texas House Dems show up to work by Monday or be fired. And then on AP, we have Texas Democrats arrive in Illinois to block vote back home on redrawn House maps sought by Trump. And then meanwhile on BBC, Democrats flee Texas to block Republican redistricting map backed by Trump. You can use this on desktop or their mobile app. Their mobile app is also great and lets you do all of these things right from your hand, which I do all the time. There's no way to eliminate bias in news. I mean, the strongest bias is always going to be toward like the big flashy thing that's happening today rather than the long story like that I'm telling you here on this video right now. But there is too much news and it is often most successful when it's designed to inflame, not inform. But Ground News, I think, diffuses that a little bit. If you're tired of the algorithmic echo chambers and the bias,
seems like Ground News is the only one paying for ads on YouTube
Ground
anymore.
News can give you a way out. I've had the QR code on the screen the whole time, but now I'll make it bigger because you can scan this or go to groundnews.com/Hank and you can get 40% off the Vantage plan. Thanks to Ground News for the sponsor. Now back to the video. What this video is about is election fraud. And election fraud is when the systems are manipulated, when people running elections tilt the playing field to advantage themselves and their allies. And this is not actually very rare. In fact, it's the norm. And I think the most effective, most elegant, and impactful form of election fraud is something that you have heard of. In the US, we call it gerrymandering for the weirdest possible reason, which is that a guy whose last name was Gary, not even Jerry, one of the districts involved, it was a Massachusetts thing. It was back in the day, 1800s or something. And the district itself looked like a salamander, so they called it gerrymandering. No one else calls it gerrymandering. That's an us thing. And gerrymandering, very simply, is when people in power get to choose their voters instead of voters getting to choose the people in power. It's not subtle, and they're not shy about it. They don't even try to hide it. Politicians now can use data and maps and software to rig the shape of voting districts so that their party always wins in that district. And using fancy software now, they can make more and more and more districts, just drawing the lines in crazy ways so that there's more and more districts that are always going to be won by the party that's currently in power. There's basically two ways to do it. There's packing, where you take all of your opponent's districts and you draw the line so that all of their voters are in one district and not spread out over several districts. And then there's cracking. That's where you take your opponent's voters, you crack them across many different districts so that none of them have a majority in any of the districts. And then you just sit back and you let the map do the work. You don't have to stuff the ballots. You don't have to do conspiracies behind closed doors. You just have pure data-driven power theft, which is what is happening in Texas right now. A Republican-led legislature their recently introduced House Bill 4, a mid-decade redistribution plan designed to flip up to 5 congressional seats, which is a big deal because there's only 38 seats in the Texas House. That would raise GOP control from 25 to 30 of Texas's 38 House districts. And this isn't like a response to new data. It's an off-cycle power grab. It is purely that. It was said to be so by Donald Trump, who pressured Governor Abbott into calling a special session to push this plan through. The new map works hard to both crack and pack Democratic strongholds in Austin, Dallas, Houston, and South Texas, dismantling districts that were previously competitive and amplifying Republican power way beyond their share of the actual vote that they get in the electorate. Now, we think of Texas as like a pure red state, but 40 to 45% of its people vote Democrat. And this would make it so that those, let's say 43% of voters would have 21% Democrats representing those people in the House, basically cutting the representation of those 43% of people in half. Democratic lawmakers have fled the state to stop this from happening. They broke quorum, which means the vote can't happen. Republican leaders have responded by threatening $500 a day fines. The current situation is that the 43% of Texas that votes Democrat is represented by just 35% of the House. But we would be going to 21%. And very importantly, this isn't just bad for the party that is on the other side of gerrymandering. It's bad for everyone. And not just because it's bad for democracy. No. I care about democracy, it's bad for democracy. But let's talk about real, plain and simple ways it's bad for everyone. It can make it worse for the people who think they're making it better for themselves. This is played out over and over again in America. Gerrymandering is one of the most corrosive forces in our politics. When you draw district lines to create seats that are safe, not for democracy, but just for the incumbent. These politicians no longer have to worry about appealing to a broad group of voters. They don't have to persuade swing voters or work across the aisle. Instead, their only real threat is a challenger from within their own party, which means that working across the aisle doesn't just become not appealing. Getting things done, doing things you're proud of, become a liability. You get challenged from someone more extreme and more ideologically rigid. And so in making what I think are cowardly choices to redraw these districts so that you don't have to worry as much about your election, representatives don't just deliver more power to their party, they actually degrade the fabric of the country, pushing us to extremes. Moderation becomes a liability, compromise becomes a weakness, and the fewer competitive districts we have, the more representatives we elect from the far edges of the political spectrum. That's not just bad for the people in the bodies of the lawmakers, it's bad for governance, it's bad for America, it's bad for me, it's bad for you. It is part of the reason things are so messed up right now. Lest you think this is a problem just in America, no. This is just about incentives. Wherever these incentives exist, this happens. And most modern democracies, get this, just fix it. They have independent commissions that prevent it, and we do not. They see the incentive and they're like, okay, well, let's not do that. If the politician can redraw the district lines, they're gonna draw the district lines in a way that advantages them. So let's not let the politicians draw the district lines. Let's have an independent group of people do that. Let's have them be nonpartisan. But in the US, in many states, we still let the politicians draw their own districts. It is weird to me that we think this election fraud is normal and okay. It is weird to me that the politicians in Texas think that they can get away with it. That they're in a headspace where they're I know how we'll fix things. We'll take a state that has 43% Democrat voters and make it so that they're represented by 80% Republicans. It breaks eventually. Do you eventually get to 95%? Do you eventually just not represent any of those people? Do you squeeze them into tighter and tighter districts? Do you have so much control over the House that you can do all kinds of other election fraud that makes it so that your party is the only one that wins? What's the end game? Because there are other ways to mess with elections, ways people in power make it easier for themselves to keep winning. For example, purging voter rolls unnecessarily and often can disenfranchise some groups more than others. So all the weird math that goes into deciding who is going to get taken out of the system and will be surprised when they arrive and it turns out that they aren't in the system anymore. That's going to disenfranchise specific groups of people more, people who change address more.
5.2 million.
More likely to be students, more likely to be young, more likely to be poor. Another kind of voter fraud is using officials that have been appointed to help run the government, to help do public service, using those people as extensions of your campaign, turning them into surrogates for your campaign. This is a weird one, but there's actually laws against it for this reason. You shouldn't be able to have people who are like their job is to help the government run become operatives of your campaign, whose salaries are being paid not by your campaign, but by the electorate, by tax dollars. It's a way of like taking tax dollars and having it pay for your campaign for you, which other candidates won't be able to do. There's polling place closures that can specifically target like denser areas. So they say, oh, well, we only need one every certain number of miles versus, oh, we only need one versus every certain number of people. And that can create really long lines in areas that are more densely populated. And then there's like not offering early voting or keeping polling places open late, which makes it harder for people who have jobs that they can't leave to vote. And those things don't have to stop all of the votes, they just have to stop enough of the votes. But I think gerrymandering is like a special category because it doesn't just stop people from voting, it stops their votes from counting. Like ever. It forces people into situations where they are disenfranchised. Large groups of people, tens of millions of people across the US. And as long as the people do it, keep winning elections, and there isn't a way to stop them, they're not going to stop. That's what we're seeing. And I wonder if because it's boring and because they're doing it right in front of our faces, because it's legal, we will just let it happen. Like if this were happening behind closed doors, out of sight, and then it was like brought to light, it would be like a generation-defining moment. Now again, the solution to this problem is simple. You just don't let the politicians draw the district lines. And that is what has happened in many places, including in the US. Now, in most of the US, we haven't done it, but in some states we have. Places like California, Michigan, Colorado, and Arizona, they have gotten independent redistricting commissions to draw the lines instead of lawmakers. And these commissions are designed to be transparent about how they make decisions. They're bipartisan or nonpartisan, and they're focused on fairness over political advantage. And of course, there's no such thing as like mathematical perfection here, but these committees are objectively better at preventing partisan abuse. We can see that competitive districts are more common in these places, legal challenges are less frequent, and maybe most importantly, voters have more faith that their vote might actually matter. But pretty much, I think invariably, these things are not created by the legislatures. There's not like a person in the legislature who's like, I have a law I'd like to make. They are instead adopted via ballot initiative. So the voters say, we have to do this. We have to add this to the state constitution. Michigan's ballot initiative happened after years of Republican dominance in a state that was pretty much 50-50. And this does tend to be a problem specifically of Republican legislatures. Now, you might think that I'm going to tell you, and it's because the Republicans are bad, but I don't actually think that's necessarily true. So right now, gerrymandering is a big problem in Florida, Ohio, Wisconsin, North Carolina, and Georgia. This is not about ideology. There's not like some conservative-minded thing that makes you more inclined to do gerrymandering, but this is, at the moment, a much bigger effect among Republican-led legislatures. Now, I think in part, this is because of us being driven to ideological divides, and gerrymandering kind of can beget more gerrymandering. As Republican districts get less competitive, those lawmakers are more likely to be on the far side of the Republican Party and think that Democrats are evil and must be stopped through any means necessary. But I think that that effect can also go the other way. But because of the way that land votes in America, and the Republican Party tends to have people in areas that have a lot of land, they tend to be spread out. Oftentimes, legislatures can be tilted from the beginning toward Republicans, and so they can have small majorities that can lead to larger majorities through redistricting. However, it is also very much the case that Democrats tend to be more in favor of these structural solutions to incentive problems.
Radioactive
like
star shard.
So Democratic legislatures, but also Democratic voters, have been much more friendly to the idea of creating these independent redistricting commissions so that gerrymandering becomes much less common or maybe even impossible. Why that is might have some ideological component, it might just have some more informed voter component, but I also think at this point there is undeniably a certain amount of an anti-democratic strain in the Republican Party. This is not controversial. There are some members of the Republican Party who believe that there are certain people who are US citizens who should be counted less or not at all. That's just where we're at. So this is a huge problem in places like Ohio. Republicans hold about 70% of state legislative seats, even though recent statewide elections are often close to 50-50. Same in North Carolina, which can kind of go either way in a presidential election, but Republicans control 60% of the legislature. But what Republican politicians in Texas are attempting right now would push them so far beyond any of these examples, I can barely believe it. Like 80% of the legislature in a state that's 55% Republican is simply fraudulent. But there are states where Democrats have also done this. Maryland and Illinois are notable notable examples, but the scale and sophistication and sustained success of Republican gerrymandering in the US makes them the dominant force in this space. There was even like 10, 20 years ago, there was this thing that Karl Rove started called Project Red Map, which is what it sounds like. It's just we have to get narrow majorities in the legislature and then push for redistricting in the places where we still can. So obviously, every single state needs to take the power of redistricting out of the hands of the people who are the only ones who benefit by the insane districts that they can draw. Unfortunately, the incentives are such that that can only really be done through a ballot initiative rather than through the legislature. And doubly unfortunately, Texas is one of the few states that simply does not have ballot initiatives. It does not enfranchise voters in that way. The only people who could change the Constitution are, get this, the legislature. So that's messed up. But in terms of good news, there are people fighting back against this on a national level. There's Represent Us, which is at represent.us. There's Common Cause. There's All on the Line. There's the League of Women Voters. They're all actively supporting and helping draft ballot initiatives to create independent redistricting commissions. They are the ones who have helped pass successful reforms in Michigan, California, Colorado, and Arizona. These are new things. This isn't like an addition to democracy that was done by our forefathers. It is a thing that is going to help many people in the future that was done by people very recently. And there's also things that have challenged these things in the courts in the past, though currently, the way that the Supreme Court is set up, it seems unlikely that those challenges will succeed in the future the way they have succeeded in the past. But in practice, Texas doesn't allow for direct citizen ballot initiatives. The legislature changing the Constitution requires a 2/3 supermajority. There are people who are working to try and convince some legislators, but man, they have an uphill battle. If this were happening in another country, I don't think that we would call it like, oh, that's just a quirky way democracy sometimes works. I think we would call it corruption. Legal corruption, boring corruption, but corruption. But just because it's boring doesn't mean it's not fraud. It is fraud against the voting public. It is intentionally disenfranchising people and making democracy less democratic. It sets up this country to have politicians that don't have any fear of their electorate except from the more extreme side of their party. I feel like I cannot say this enough times. It is so bad for America. It pushes politicians away from compromise. It makes it so that working across the aisle becomes a liability, not just something they don't want to do, but something they are punished for doing. It pushes people toward extremes, it makes everything more frayed, and it disenfranchises tens of millions of voters.
Deploying lethal countermeasures. Combat procedures activated. Suggest hostiles in area.
That's not so good. Oh no.
Possible target. Species. Initiating target elimination. Kill protocols active.
alien genetic material. Panacea, Junk Flush, Trauma Pack, Battle Sim, CPQX, Frostwolf, Infantry Alpha, Med Pack, Paramore, Recon Stim, Synapse Alpha, Boosted Injector, Heart Plus, Neurojack, Adachrome, Blend, Zipper, Hippolyta, UC Battle Pack, Antibiotic Injector, Kodos Crater, UC Battlefield, Alien Liquor, Sandwich, Dark Can, Light Can, Pills Can. Let's go to war.
Raiders lighten up. I think you're due for some company.
Now just stash that sample with Kaiser and we're done. The thralls! They're not coming after us. I guess we should grab that sample while we can.
Final sample secure.
All wrapped up. Time to get the hell out of here. Percival, you should unplug and find somewhere we can talk. Privately.
On it. See you soon.
I love that I can fast travel there and I don't have to do the bullshit of going back. Fucking nice. Okay, gotta go outside the bunker, take a cab to the stash house, which is up north by me. And I don't want harassment while I do this, so I went to a private. I'll go back public when I go back to the casino, but I'm pretty much done with Grand Theft Auto for the day. Every day I'm going to log in and try to make like $300,000 or something. One day I'll look up, I'll have 10 million, and I'll just buy the souped out fucking sub with the fucking moon pool and the fucking, the submersible craft and the fucking, you know, and I'll retire on a yacht or a submarine. I'll just like switch between yacht and submarine, because then I don't have to do these missions anymore. And then it's just me going to the casino every day with my yacht and my submarine. And then I wait for GTA 6. Like everybody else. I could be like everybody else. Fuck that. Now, downtown. Take me to the stash house.
Thank you for calling. The driver's on the way.
Wait, did interrupting the phone call stop the taxi cab from coming? I think it might have. Damn it.
Thanks for your business. A car's on its way.
Yeah, now we got it. You have to hear that beep, or it doesn't execute. That's the actual sound of the execute. Beep. What up, G? Waypoint, go. I know this place up north. Just drive.
Hey, Sky?
Yeah, come in.
Can I leave you a message for your mom?
Okay, yeah, what's up?
In order to get that sink working back there,
Yeah?
she needs to get a new pack of these.
Oh, okay.
If you can give that to her and just tell her to get like a pack of 5 or whatever they have.
Thank you.
And then that'll get the sink working. There is water to it right now, but the thing's not on because it needs those to.
Okay, so a pack of 5 of them.
Yeah, or whatever. I think there's a, 3 that it needs, but
Okay.
a couple extra would hurt.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I appreciate it.
Yep. All right, we're out of here.
Okay, you guys have a good day. I appreciate everything you do. You too. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Got a visitor. Yeah, a little 5-pack. I am, oh, yeah. I'm in the taxi cab. I'm finishing this mission finally. I fought a whole bunch more Terramorphs, and I think it gets only better from here. They want me to fight aliens all over the galaxy. I actually don't mind. The XP is pretty good. I think I actually dinged. I dinged off that. So, Incapac. EM weapons do 5% more damage. I do like that. We'll take that. I don't have it. I should have that. EM weapons do 5% more damage. I'll take it. Man, the first playthrough is just the first basic layer of single, like, tier skills. Man. I like this game. This is the new 3D Diablo for me. It's got the depth that I need.
Look at Ollie. Got pretty frantic on the comms towards the end. Ah, this... No, Mike.
That's what it sounded. It's... Captain Vayvictus.
Alive? That can't be true.
Unfortunately for us all, yes, it's true.
So that means...
I believe that's exactly what that means. Look, Captain, Percival and I, we need to get these samples back to the lab. Ensure we'll be able to handle cleaning up the leeches as well as the Terramorphs. But Vayvictus is the only solid lead we've got on the attacks. Since you're the only one who knows where he is, can you speak to him? See if you can... Good. We'll all meet back. Best of luck, Captain.
More dates and bites on my lunch
Thank
here.
you for dealing with him.
Your fragile body was not designed to take impacts like that.
No, but I do it anyways. I've got a jetpack. I fly. Man, I ran past a lot of stuff. I'm sure there's like a lot of loot. Man, I love that auto loot. It makes some of the bullshit of the game way less bullshit. No one looted corpses. Nope. Okay, so I am going to buy some silver. Buy some silver and copper. Maybe I should put the music back on since I'm playing the game.
Okay, here we are then.
Yeah, this track's good. God, get out of it and move. What are you doing? Alright, time for you guys to die. You ain't got nowhere to go. No one's yelling anymore. Oh. There's like guns and loot all over the fire room. 01, 23, 45. The earlier in the day, the easier it is for me to remember. 01, 23, 45. Break. Go. Can't jump in here for some reason. Somebody killed my vehicle. God damn it. Concussion. I'm fine. Walk it off. Walk it off. Very advanced Kadama. I mean, it is more damage. I'll put the calibrated mag shot over this. Because, yeah, that other gun doesn't really hold up. Oh, how convenient. Nice. Yeah, let's go to work, huh? I think I'll do a real save because I haven't been real good about that. I need to be more careful about that. Do a real save right here. So the work's like verifiable, you know? Kinda wish I could get the hardcore mod running, but it just seems like so much fucking hassle when like Watchtower jumps me or something bad happens that I can't predict. And then I waste like half an hour trying to get the save to run again, and it's like corrupt and weird. And I ran the two hardcore mods at the same time, which kind of broke. And I don't know. Or I think you can run them at the same time, but it's still so specific, I don't like it. Hardcore you can save and leave anywhere, which is what I need. I should go get my 76 achieve. Or I'm sorry, my 76 daily. I like traveling on a bike more than I do the car, just because I can see more. The car's cockpit really blocks your vision quite a lot, but the motorcycle doesn't. Maybe I'll just buy the best motorcycle in the game. That might be something to spend $1 million on. I don't know. Like a illegal sports bike, you know, experimental racer or something. Stuff to buy, reasons to play the game. I'm not in a rush. The game world's great enough to live in. I feel great right now, just buzzing along on the motorcycle in first person. Okay, so here we go. Oh, wiped out there. So G's Cache, this is a G's Cache I've not been to. And I just want to give it like a cursory inspection. Ah. It's a nice little motorbike. Okay, so the front of the Coliseum seems like there's a lot of places to hide, but we'll just like see if it's out where I can see. Ooh, what was that sound? Aw, expired. Am I expiring? Did I make any sales? Oh no, 1 day, 6 hours. Yeah, a bunch of these are expiring, damn it, over the next like 3 hours. That's okay. Moving my way up the Amara rep. I didn't know, but level 4 is tank your rep, which sucks. My Caldari rep went down a bit because I did like opposite faction level 4s. I'm learning that hauling missions are the best way to fix your fucking rep, which is stupid. Oh, here's tennis. I've never done tennis before. Which might be good if it pays you. Maybe I should try tennis just once to see if the table tennis game is good. Because I used to actually really like Rockstar Table Tennis. That's a good game. I wonder if I should buy it on PC. I don't see it just standing out. We're tucked in over there. We're down around there. Maybe I should go first person for this, yeah. We could watch the video, but frankly, I don't care enough about this money to do this. It's a nice little mission that doesn't involve violence, but it requires so much, like, learning that I don't want to do, that I want to skip this, you know? And I will just take the bike out where I can get a cab, and I'll go to the casino again. Or, well, there's, like, not much more I can do. I can do another couple of runs of stuff, make, like, another couple $100 grand or something. Verifiable growth. We'll go back to the casino, though, because that's, like, the ultimate money, really. One day I'll look up and I'll have, like, 5 million chips, and that'll be the other half of the sub. The casino's really where I should be, you know. I'm sad I didn't see the G's Cache just sitting out, but oh well. Or no, I want to return to a public session first, I guess. So we'll warp back. That's okay. We'll go to public and see if I can't find other horse racers. Now, I added some weapons now. The first one being the Shattered Shock, which is my new Ashta Tamer. Oops, I need my value. There we go. My hard target, which I have souped up, which is on my 1 key. Modified calibrated mag shear is out of fashion for me now because the mag size isn't very big. It fires fast. It fires immediately. I don't like the mag shot, but I like the mag shot more than yeah, we're gonna switch up and I'm gonna go back, I think, because I don't like the Star Shard. It fires too slowly. It's a nice weapon. It'll sell well. But it's not too good of a gun. Yeah, we pulled a lot of value in guns, though, which is good. So, I don't really think I made a fundamental switch. We have calibrated mag shot, calibrated mag shear, micro gun, advanced micro gun, Big Bang, Disruptor, and Shattered Shock. The Shattered Shock could be modified, but I don't think I've got the materials. But we'll take a stab at it, just see if there's anything I can do. I doubt it, but... Here's a laser sight, we can do that. You know, the scope on it is nice, the short scope, because you can shoot things from far away. It's technically the best shotgun. It's the most interesting shotgun. I could bring in the Shattered Shock in my shotgun thing, but no, I don't know. My shotgun's good too, though. But I know that Ashta Tamer is better than this Big Bang. I know it is. And like, the Big Bang can remain on my list, but no, the Shattered Shock should take the place of this shotgun, and I should learn to just use explosives safely. It's a skill. It's like a... You know, it's a skill that you can learn, the Shattered Shock. Yeah, I'm going to switch it out. Yeah, I'm going to put Shattered Shock up because it's a good gun. Let's see if I can modify the Shattered Shock. Oh, no, I think I already did, right? I just did, yeah. Or, well, I don't know. Like, laser sight, short scope, tactical stock. Standard explosive rounds. Hornet Nest. Oh, but I don't have the skill. Standard explosive rounds. Internal. You can make a hair trigger on it. Skin. No blackout skin. Advanced staggering. Yeah, so... This is my new shotgun. I get just enough rounds to use it. I gotta keep it loaded all the time because it really is a shotgun. Yeah, I guess I will change the optics on it if I can. Because I don't want to scope on it. I'm gonna use it for close range. I have a sniper. Nope, wait. Short scope, yeah, I would prefer the reflex. Yep, there we go. And then, yep, and, save. Good. Good, good. Much better, much better. Here's my new shotgun. It fucks shit up. And I have to watch the ammo for it, but I can always buy more. Okay, like, oh, maybe I should look around for loot. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I got this place, though, I think. Yeah, like, don't loot at your own peril, because the designers did take the time. The AI does take the time to fucking, like, splash loot fucking everywhere. And so, yeah, I like kind of double checking before I leave. But yes, I believe... Ooh, there's something I missed. Nice. Spacesuit. See, this place is stacked. Look, I missed a bunch of stuff. It's way better to go back and look. Ah, you're so annoying. You do too many locks. Sometimes it won't let you. How is that right? I definitely don't have this. Fuck. That's not easy. Fuck, that's not it. Fucking annoying for just a helmet. Dude, what's all that? You can't go in first person when you have the thing up. It's so annoying. Stylized Terror Root cups. They're worth 55 each. Ooh, nice. See, if I didn't go look around, I wouldn't have found this loot room. Timed out? I wasn't even gone that long. No. Oh, I tried to go on public and it glitched, I guess. Okay. That's okay, just reload. I'm full? Oh, I am full. Oh, I have to go make sales. It doesn't make the cut. Neither does that. I could retire this Big Bang. It's rather old and the damage just isn't that hot anymore. Sash the Tamer. I like the Kadama's fire rate, but it's still not good enough. I like the Beowulf, but it's still not good enough. I like the way this pack looks. It looks cool. Yeah, fucking dope that you can inspect it. I love this Bethesda game. I think it's really a really genuinely good RPG. Oh no, don't sell my helmets, damn it. Oh, I have Aurora, that's what they want. Good. I wish this would give XP.